Hello. Um, yeah, technical issues. It's all very awesome, I have to say. Um, so, my first question is, can you hear me? And I would like to see your responses, but for some reason, OBS has just decided to work out on the chat applet. So, it's gonna be tricky. Let's see if I can access that on Twitch itself. Maybe, maybe not. Is there anyone, by the way? Uh, oh yeah, I see some people joining. So the first question obviously is whether you can hear me right, because I have this new thingy. Does it work? Yeah, it's here, yeah. So I have a new microphone, and the idea is that any voice issues, audio issues that we had before should be gone, and it should sound better now. No idea whether this works. I was trying to figure out why it was going off, well, the spectrum. So I had, I don't know what's the name of this phenomenon in English, but when you cross the threshold and the voice goes basically to shit. So I think I solved that by tuning the mixing stuff, but I have no idea how this works. So if you notice anything is worked, please let me know. And I would like to have the chat window, but well, that might be too much to ask today. Oh, it completely disappeared. Yeah, this is very nice. Okay, let's try again. Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems it's working. Okay, so today we have first edition of a new format, and that's something that I wanted to do basically from the beginning when we had this idea that, well, yeah, let's maybe try making Scala more, popular by writing code in a way that is interesting and hi Alex, and in a way that is also well, productive, because not saying anything wrong about type level stuff or zero stuff, but it is very precise. It's a very risk avoidant way of programming, and with people using Python or JavaScript to build enterprise software, and that's the situation in which we are currently. I personally felt that, well, it's not the best possible outcome, and maybe we should promote Scala as a productive language, not as a language that only forces you to write code that is absolutely mathematically sound, and there are no side effects. There is nothing that can go wrong. So what I want to do is to write Scala applications without going with an overdrive on features that we are going to use. So this is very much in line with the announcement that Martin has made. So Martin Odersky has written some time ago, like a month ago, I think. Let's try and see if we can find it out. Odersky blog, lean Scala. Yeah. So Martin has written this blog post. Yeah, the magnificent staircase. Anyway, he wrote this blog post about lean Scala approach, and he has some very good hints about how we should write applications in this style. So this one is actually the most important in my opinion here. We should follow the principle of least power, but it's an interesting plot twist, because principle of least power, it's not used as it is defined on Wikipedia. I think this is yeah, that's the one. Okay, so in this Wikipedia article, we can learn that you should use the least powerful language suitable for a given purpose, and this rule is also mentioned by people who are familiar and like type level programming, and especially type level stock. So in this regard, I'm talking about the situation where you have functions written in tagless final style of Scala. So in this approach, what you want to do is to limit the possible things that one can express. So if you define a function in generic type of f, so if you are familiar with tagless final in Scala, you are familiar with generic f type that is used to describe an effect that the function will return, and you always have to provide some constraints on this f, because if you just have a generic f type, it doesn't tell you anything. You can't do anything with it because it's just an empty type. You just defined it, and there is nothing that is known about it. So we are not going to use this definition of rule of least power, because if we had to write in tagless final style, and that means that you need to use a lot of very high level Scala features. Type constructors, you have to use higher kind of types, you have to use type classes everywhere basically if you want to do that, and that really gives you language that has the smallest possible amount of power for a given purpose. And in that regard, you have functions that can only do things that they declare they can do. So they don't have access to everything. They can just do, well, the things that they declare at the definition level that they will be capable of doing. And this is very nice. This is very nice design. And if you are doing something that really requires that approach, I fully agree. That's the good choice to make. But Martin is actually using this rule in completely different meaning here. So he links to a blog post by Howie, and it's this blog post. It's the blog post about principle of least power in a strategic Scala style. So I'm not going to reference the whole thing and discuss the whole thing. I really advise you to read this blog post because it's very nice. But the clue here is that you should use the least powerful features that your language offers. So, not limit the language to express only stuff that should be done in the function, but limit the stuff that you can use in your application. So it's an approach that I would say has a lot more common in cognitive complexity instead of, oh, I should probably start walking. By the way, this is very important experiment, because I have no idea whether this new microphone will work nice or not with my walking pad. So if you can hear my walking pad, please let me know, because I would like you to have the best possible audio quality. And if you can still hear it, that's bad, and we'll have to somehow work on it. Anyway, so Martin means that, in this blog post basically, that we should strive to use the least powerful features that we can use to solve the problem at hand. And that's also what I can hear it faintly. Hi, chaotic track. Is it very disturbing? Maybe I can move this microphone a bit more. I don't want to, adjust gain more, because if I do that, I fear we will get the same problem I was trying to solve before the stream. Is it okay? Okay, I'll just assume that it is, and we'll see. So complain if the audio quality is bad. either way, so um, I I'm by the way. Oh, that's cool. Hi, Wojtek. So um, I am psychologist by education, and stuff like um, developer experience, stuff like cognitive complexity, those are topics that are very important to me, and I'm very curious about how people think and how people consume and use languages, programming languages specifically. So um, I am leaning towards finding an optimum, something that would be very, useful, productive, safe, but maybe, not too safe, and at the same time would be readable and would allow people that don't really know Scala programming language to come to the project and contribute. So currently, that's my opinion, by the way. Currently, if you come to a project like, let's say, Scala Steward, Scala Steward is awesome, and this is not a critique in any way, but Scala Steward is written in, at least it was last time I checked, but it was written in tagless final style of Scala. So let's try and find something. Persistence. This will be just data. Yeah, but well, we quickly can see that you have to grok a lot to actually grasp what is happening here. So this is just a key value store. So it's an typed something like a hash map, but typed with keys and values. But there's also this f here. So f here represents the effect that will be used, and there are constraints obviously that have to be here, and you have to grok a lot of stuff before you are able to actually read this code, understand it at all. So would it be possible to make it more understandable? Yeah, if we don't actually import this stuff, you can just work on the amount of idioms that people are able to know very quickly, because standard library is relatively small. It's not very big. It's not as big as JDK is itself, but well, there's this implicit assumption that you are familiar with JDK itself when you are using Scala, and that's probably something we are not going to shake off easily. But well, if we were to enumerate, so to grok Scala, you have to, at least to some degree, be familiar with JDK. It would be nice to understand Java util concurrent, maybe to some degree at least. Probably all the Java collections. Hi, Natal. And it would be also good, well, to understand Java Lang package itself too. And when you are familiar with that, it's also only the beginning. Oh, probably Java SQL too, if you want to do something that would work actually most of the time, Java SQL too. So after you get through that, you have to go through Scala standard library and relearn stuff. So there are other ways to do things in Scala, and we already have 2 standard libraries to learn. Now, if you want to program in this style, and by all means, there are domains where this is actually a very good approach. Well, the amount of stuff you have to learn gets bigger and bigger. So, I would like to write some software, and that's basically the objective here, that would follow this strategic Scala style principle of least power approach proposed by Hai. So, by the way, if anyone knows how to pronounce his name properly, please let me know. Anyway, so what we would like to do, and that's something that is already a direction taken by Scala Toolkit. So Scala Toolkit is a project that brings approach known from Python, for instance, to Scala. And that means we want to have some useful libraries added to the language itself on some level, maybe not exactly to the standard library, but we want to have stuff that allows you to be productive and solve problems quickly without learning all the very high level concepts that are present in the language, without learning all the libraries that build upon those very advanced features. So Scala Toolkit aims to be simple and useful, but not, too simple. Just simple as it must be. So we have some stuff that is already included in Scala Toolkit. We have testing, we have JSON processing, we have library that works with files and processes, and we have library for HTTP requests. Now in the future, Scala Toolkit is going to have more of functionalities like that, and they will have the same approach. So they will keep being as simple as possible without making them, not useful really. So now let's talk what we actually want to build today, because we just went through how we want to build it. Let's talk about what we want to build, and let's start with rules that I want to follow on those streams, because I want this to be a series. I want to build interesting stuff and show that it is possible to use Scala itself with some simple libraries to build all the stuff that you need and cover most of the cases that would usually be done with very advanced libraries right now. So first rule is, well, we want to get something working as soon as possible. So we're gonna apply the famous rule, move fast, break stuff. But we don't want to completely disregard failure modes. We could do that. We could, completely disregard any kind of safety. We could just, revert back to working with Java-esque way of programming. So throwing unchecked exceptions everywhere, and don't worry about that, or catch all, disregard everything. We could also disregard any kind of SACOPs, and this one is actually quite important because I'm going to work with cloud services on stream. So disregarding SACOPs isn't really an option for me, because if I show you the tokens, I guess it only takes a few minutes for me to go broke completely, and for people to deploy millions of Bitcoin miners. At least that's what I would assume would happen. And finally, we want to have fun. So we are going to move as fast as possible, but also try to write this software in a way that makes sense, in a way that you would basically work. We would like to work in a style that would be something that you would also do in your normal day job. So it's gonna be kind of like an approach taken by startups. So we are going to worry about some stuff in the future, but the basic stuff we want to get right on the first go. Okay, so the application we are going to build is called Scala Today. And I wanted to do this for so much time now. We could even check the domain, because I bought the Scala Today domain I think a year ago. Okay, let's see. Are we going to have registration date? Not really. chat if you have any ideas how we could test that simply and quickly. Let me know. I'm just gonna move on. Okay, so what did we want to do? Ah, yeah, here. Okay, so Scala today was an idea to write a blog post, basically, and maybe we will make it into a blog post, but I wanted to build it using as simple libraries as possible. So basically toolkit with some additional stuff. Now, when I started working on this, it turned out that, well, we have kind of regressed in terms of simple libraries in Scala, because outside of Scalatra, I think there wasn't anything that would be really usable at the time and would offer a sync interface that would work with newer versions of JDK, because since we are building new stuff, we can build on the latest supported platform that we are using. So JDK 21, that's what we would like to use. And since we have JDK 21, why don't we use Loom? If we can use Loom, we don't really need any fancy async libraries. We don't have to fight with Scala concurrent feature. So a lot of nice stuff that we could have, right? So it turned out that it's not gonna be that easy because we lack libraries, and I built some stuff that was necessary to do that. In the meantime, the whole idea of, you know, having synchronous stuff, simple stuff in Scala became more prevalent, and we have obtained more interesting libraries. Most interestingly, in my opinion, I think the nicest development is Ox. So Ox is just a wrapper around Loom APIs, and it offers structured concurrency. Not that we are going to need a lot of concurrency, by the way, because this is just a simple application. We are not building a chat server. So it is something that is very, very useful in my opinion, and it also has some additional stuff that I want to use. In particular, I want to use either combinators, maybe resilience combinators. Now, this is, you know, this is an approach that probably wouldn't be the best thing to do if we were in an actual startup, because in an actual startup you would like a platform that is well known and well tested, and well, that's the current version of Ox. So hopefully we won't get into too many issues. I fully expect that we will get into some issues, but okay, that's just a thing that we probably might want to use. Now, let's talk about stuff that we actually can use. I think I have yeah. So this is, yeah, I'm biased. I'm gonna use Scala CLI because why not? So why wouldn't I, by the way? So we are, you know, just gonna define the versions, and we are gonna use LTS. We are going to use GraalVM in version 21 and Toolkit. Toolkit is outdated. Why would it be outdated? No idea. It's default. I think latest was deleted, so this should be the latest one. Anyway, let's do the, you know, usual stuff that we have to do with metals. Restart the window and see what happens. So Toolkit gives us already JSON library. It gives us also HTTP library. By the way, is the font size big enough, or should I increase it? Let's just increase it and then, you know, worry about that later. Cool. No, we don't have any problems. Okay. So we have HTTP library, a client library. And we have testing. No, Copilot. We don't have logging libraries. That's a pickle actually. So we don't have a logging library. What's the fourth one? My memory is shit. I probably should remember that by heart. Oh yeah, files. Oh, I sleep. Yeah, I use it every day, but you know. Anyway, I blame COVID. So, um, so this is the stuff that we already have. If we just have this project Scala file with 3 lines, and you know that's probably not enough. So we're going to need more stuff to actually build a full application out of this. Well, maybe let's start with getting some idea of what we want to build. So currently, Scala today is, you know, not very interesting. It's just a park website on OVH Cloud where I host this domain. And well, we have this domain connected to my Cloudflare account. Okay, so we have some bots visiting this park website. That's very nice. And where we are going to deploy that to Hetzner because I'm a big fan. Hetzner is nice and it doesn't cost me too much money. So, what is this app going to be actually? What we would like to get is an application that allows us to check the state of Scala ecosystem as it is right now. So if you have an application, you have a product written in Scala and you would like to see what's the state of stuff that you are using. So currently, well, you can go to Sonatype and find your libraries. So if I say bsum here, it shows me libraries with versions when stuff was deployed published last time. Oh, wow, well, very responsive design. Do you think they know? Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe it was just, you know, it's probably React, isn't it? Let's check if it's React. Is it React? Console. Elements, sources. Well, next. No, it can't be, right? It can't be JavaScript. It can't be Next.js, right? No. That would be stupid. Network. What do they have here? What do they have in the response? Okay, Webpack garbage. That's just Webpack garbage. The hell? It's minified. Oh, yes. It is React. Okay, cool. Very nice. So it was probably just downloading some stuff to, you know, make the whole thing render properly. We aren't going to do this. React is too complex for what we want to build. We are obviously going to use HTMX because it's high power tools for HTML, and that's exactly what we are going to do. By the way, I am aware that Daniel from Rock.jvm released a video about basically very similar thing to do as we are doing today. And I am going to shamelessly steal stuff from him because I have to admit, I did some homework before the stream and I experimented with stuff that will get us our data, and I experimented with libraries that I would like to use, you know, just not to look like a complete idiot. I'm fine with being a somewhat idiot, but maybe not completely. So there is one thing that I would like to experiment with, and that's with basically Scala tags. So Daniel did show that his templates, HTML templates, we're using Hi's library called Scala tags. I usually don't use Scala tags. I'm old-fashioned in this regard. Most of the time I worked with server-side rendered stuff. It was rendering stuff from dynamic templates. So like you would have in Django or Laravel or Twig, which is basically Jinja 2 but for PHP. So in my opinion, probably the best way to excuse me, work with templates is to write in a templating system that can be understood and used by designers. But as I mentioned, I'm old-fashioned, and I guess situation has changed a bit. Like if you take a look at the current front-end market, I would say that the de facto lingua franca of front-end development right now, I think React is this lingua franca. So things have changed, but when I used to do full stack engineering on my day job and at my startup, we avoided the high cost of using a full front-end rendering library like React, and we basically used templating formats that work on the backend. And it was very nice because you could just take a template HTML file, put it into a file with a, let's say, Twig extension, then just sprinkle some stuff that was necessary to render fields and render data into HTML. Maybe just split that into a few files if we wanted to get modules, like smaller pieces that can be composed. And that was it. So back then, and I think that was 8 years ago, it was common thing for designers to be to know HTML and be versed with HTML, to write templates with HTML. That was something that was essentially a standard approach to do front-end. So you had designers that they produce templates in Figma or whatever was used before. I think Photoshop was basically used to design stuff, but I'm not a designer in any measure. So after they designed how the site will look, they created HTML, and if they had the capability to work with templating system that allowed them to just intersperse HTML with some stuff that programmers understood and could explain very simply, like I'm not sure if you are familiar with Jinja, but with Jinja that would be something like div, and you had this basically double curly braces way of echoing values from the context in which this template is rendered. So data, user, name, and this would render this field from a user object that is put into data object into this div. So you would get in the end something, oh, nice, it's Markdown. No, it's not gonna play nice with us. Maybe if we do this. So we would get something like this after this was rendered, and this was very nice and it was very productive. And I'm not sure what is going on currently. I think all designers had to learn JavaScript, or I don't know. If you have any idea how this is done currently, if it's not done this way, please let me know. But going back, so I want to use HTMX for the front end. And this is probably a huge off topic because we were talking about how we can find and how we can check versions and what is available in terms of libraries for your project. So let's get back to this topic. So what we want to build? We want to build a site that allows us to track the state of Scala ecosystem. And one way to check libraries is to use Sonotype. You can also use Maven repository, but I used to love the site, and then it started having some weird problems. It mostly works, but sometimes, well, the search is clunky, doesn't really help a lot. But you can also use this, and the most Scala idiomatic way would be to use Scaladex. So that's an index of Scala libraries, and I'm not sure whether it also it only shows you libraries from Scala, or rather it filters to show them first. Let's see. Oh no, it's not actually. It doesn't show actual Java libraries. So Guava is not here. There are just Scala libraries here. So this is all very nice, and you could use this obviously. So we can check if BSOM is available for any. Oh, it's broke. If it's CFG, that's a submodule. Let's see core. Can we find core here? Ah, misclick core. Yeah, so you can check versions here. But I would like, there is no easy way to, mark a library here as, well, this library is blocking me from migrating to Scala free. And the core idea is to actually have a site that will do this, that will allow you to find libraries that are a problem, that are blocking your migration to Scala free, and give us a shout, mark them as troublesome stuff. So I did a small bit of work before. Now, pardon my design. As I mentioned, I'm not a designer at all. This is probably a horrible design, and well, you shouldn't do that. I'm just taking stuff, I'm stealing stuff from other people and using it. So this is the basic idea how I would like this application to look like, and basically it's just a simple site with a simple table, at least for now. We will see what happens in the future, and with a search bar we'll probably add some filters here on the right, and it will just show stuff in this table. We will need paging, obviously, because you can have a query that returns a lot of libraries. So the general scope of the application is that it's basically a CRUD, but not a CRUD in usual way of thinking about it, because we are not going to put data into this. We have to populate data from another place. Now we want to give our users a way to find projects, and well, the most obvious thing would be, the action here would be to mark this library as blocking. Excuse me. So this is how the design looks like at the moment. I think I stole this table from some Tailwind based library. I don't really remember right now, but it looks like, I think it's quite fine. And that's basically all there is to it. So let's just continue. So let's talk about what we need to actually have this working. And the first thing is that we need some way to serve content via HTTP. So basically HTTP server. Nothing fancy here. There are some options on the table. I would like to use Tapir. And it's not because I'm biased, but Tapir is probably, oh, that's not really what I wanted. Tapir is probably one of the only libraries in Scala that have support for Loom out of the box. And it took some time for this to actually happen. I'm not sure whether everything works with Loom already. Now there are two ways to get Loom working with Tapir. One is the built-in JDK HTTP server, and that's something that is, the ComSunNet HTTP server package. It's built into JDK. It's probably not the best choice if you want to have something running in production, but in my experience for small experiments, it turns out pretty nice. You can just pass the executor that uses virtual threads to that. I have already used this in several examples, and I've even benchmarked that. It turns out with Loom it's actually quite fast. I think it was at least comparable with HTTP4S, which is a pretty good result, I think, given that it's a dummy implementation. So that's one option. And recently, I think there was a new version added. Oh yeah, it's here. So it's Tapir with Netty, with Loom and virtual threads. I didn't use this yet. It's an option and it's on the table. I'm not sure how stable it is. So we could check how it behaves. I did write the JDK HTTP implementation, so I'm familiar with that. But well, we could try using Netty. I don't really want to use GraalVM, at least yet. I mean, native image capabilities. So, building a native binary out of our application. We can get there in the future, but should we choose Tapir Netty, that means that we'll have to provide all the configuration necessary for Netty to work with native image. So it's an option. If we use JDK HTTP, there is absolutely nothing to configure there. It doesn't use any reflection, so it just works out of the box. Okay, so let's maybe start with this Netty server and we'll see how it goes. So let's take it here. Okay, so it's also a common problem, for me at least, that I have to always do this. So reformat the dependencies, because all the dependencies are provided most of the time in SBT format. Does it work? Oh, yeah, that, obviously. Okay. Are you going to work? No. Let's annotate what we get from those libraries. So, like I mentioned, I wanted to use aux. And should I use aux, by the way? Chat, tell me. Should I use aux? Aux is a library that gets me concurrency. Are we going to have concurrency? It's just an HTTP server. Doesn't sound like we will need concurrency library, or does it? There's one thing that we want to do in background, because I didn't mention yet how I want to get data to show in this table. So if we're going to have libraries here, we need to fetch data about possible published libraries, available libraries from someplace. And in my small investigation of that. I tried checking whether I can do that from Sonatype APIs. So basically from Maven Central. And it turns out it's tricky. And it's also an easy way to get yourself banned from their APIs, because if you want to scrape their database, given the size of the database, it gets overwhelming in terms of either, huge amount of requests that you have to send or amount of time it takes to scrape this library. So that's probably not the best approach. So then I checked whether ScalaDex has an API, and it turns out, yes, ScalaDex has an API. Back then, when I started working on this, ScalaDex had an API that allowed you to fetch artifacts, and the number is here. It's probably not very big, but it's big enough to cause some issues. So it's almost 2 million artifacts, 8,300 projects. Not a big deal, but ScalaDex is hosted by Scala Center, and it's the same kind of a problem as with Maven Central. We don't want to overwhelm their service. People use it, so it would be nice to behave and not do this in a way that would crash them. So they had an API that allowed you to pull all the artifacts, and this API also had some additional arguments you could provide to declare which version you want to pull artifacts for. So let's say I could get all the artifacts for version 3.3.1 or just version 3 of Scala. It has a parser of versions, so it can quickly find out what you mean. It's quite useful. But then there wasn't an easy way to get projects that are basically the source. So projects are on GitHub, artifacts are something on Maven Central. So there wasn't an easy way to get from, let's say, BSOM here on Maven Central to a project on GitHub. And well, I wouldn't say I pulled a favor. I mostly just begged and bothered people from Scala Center, Adrian, thank you, about this. So in the end, we have received this new API. And this new API basically solves all of our problems. I think with the current version that is deployed to index.dev Scala Langwork, we are capable of pulling all the information that we will need. So both artifacts and then projects that those artifacts belong to. This is very important for us because in the future I would like to search for issues that are open or closed that were related to Scala free migration for each project. It would be useful to have that in this table, right? So you could go to an issue and see if you can help, or give an thumbs up to maintainers to let them know that, oh, I would like this library to be published. So this is the scope of what we want to do today, and probably tomorrow, because I don't really hope we are going to be able to finish the whole application today. But well, yeah, let's try and see how far we can get. So the plan is to work on this today till 5:30 p.m. I would probably like to grab some lunch at 2:30, I guess, because after the stream I'm going to the gym, and it's not a good idea to work up with an empty stomach. So that's the agenda. Let's talk about how we want to get this application to, actual production. So, like I mentioned, I want to deploy that to Hetzner. Like I mentioned, I'm a big fan. I'm also a big fan of Cloudflare, and we already have this domain set up here. So we are not going to use any Terraform, we are going to use Besom, and that's also probably quite understandable given that we build Besom, and it's basically perfect match to what we want to do. So a few weeks ago, I have written a blog post, and this blog post shows you how to build an AI app. It uses a very similar stack to what we want to use today, but it's an AI app. It has some a bit different infrastructure necessary for usage. What is? Oh yeah, it will be recorded. I have turned on recording, so VOD feature on Twitch, and idea is, sorry, I'm just reading a comment from Wojtek, and why would we need to prepare open community build for that? I mean, Wojtek, those changes are not yet deployed to prod. This is on development environment. So yeah, but yeah, so I'm streaming, I'm using Restream. It's apparently against the terms of service on Twitch to talk about that. So I'm using Restream, and there's another platform that also stores videos, but I have turned VOD feature on Twitch too. It works for 7 days if you're not. Yeah, but we are not going to use all the endpoints, Wojtek. We don't need them. At least, I mean, the get API artifacts stuff, because we are going to use this thing, hopefully. Anyway, where was I? Well, that was not very nice from you, Wojtek. I lost track of what I was trying to say. Can anyone remind me? I'm like a child in fog. Anyway, we want to use Besom. I have published this blog post, and the blog post has an architecture of infrastructure that works pretty nice for our use case. I mentioned that already before in my talks, and I think I also mentioned that on the previous stream. I'm a big fan of Kubernetes. I'm pretty used to working with that, so it's probably not the best choice if we are striving for absolute simplicity, but it is pretty much useful for me. It works fine for me. So we are going to deploy just, a virtual machine to Hetzner, and then we are going to deploy K3s, which is a simplified Kubernetes, which is not by default. It's not a highly available setup by default. We are going to use Postgres, I think. I wanted to use no worries, Wojtek. I wanted to use SQLite because, with Thurso database being popular right now, I wanted to experiment with having similar setup as the trendy JavaScript stuff has. But maybe it's a thing that it doesn't bother people that use JavaScript or Python, but SQLite, it is very nice, and it is an embedded database, right? It's a very nice project. It's very stable. If you have a use case that works fine with that needs those features, I think it's an awesome choice. But I quickly run into issues that basically revolve around it being just very, you know, loosely typed. So if my recollection is correct, you don't get a datetime format type in SQLite. It just keeps all the data as strings, and you know, stuff like filtering on that was pretty painful. So I would like to, you know, add some more stuff to our complexity budget and just deploy a true database, deploy a Postgres. And I think it's a sound thing to do because, well, it's not just a toy. I want this project to actually live in the internet and be usable. And if we want to have it usable, first thing is that, well, if we were to use SQLite, it would very quickly become problematic due to need to, you know, manage state, manage backups. So we would have to set up something like that either way. With Postgres, yeah, obviously we also need to set up some kind of, you know, backup stuff. But I'm more familiar with how to do that in an easy way, in a way that works with transactional boundaries. So Postgres is just a more natural choice for me. Okay, so architecture is probably going to look exactly like the thing here. And since it's already built, I have taken the liberty to just copy the whole thing. Now I want to do one thing differently, because in this architecture, in this infrastructural program that we have here, we put all the stuff that we have into a single stack, so single Bison stack. It means it's a shared, let's say, Pulumi namespace under which all the state related to this deployment lives. And it's fine if you don't have a big stuff, you know, if you don't have a big project, if you don't need reuse, it's fine thing to do. It's not a big problem. But if you have stuff like Kubernetes and probably also infrastructure beneath Kubernetes, it is also a good idea to actually separate that and use layers. So one stack is holding resources that are responsible for, let's say, infrastructure below Kubernetes. So just the networking stuff, just the virtual machines, things like that. You can then pull the stuff out of that stack, because, you know, Pulumi keeps state, right? And I'm logged into this laptop, so the state lives on this laptop. That's also probably not the best thing to do, but it is possible to export that, so not a very big problem for now. Now, since it keeps the whole state in the account to which you are logged in, we could log in to, let's say, S3 bucket, we could log into Pulumi Cloud Service. You can reference stacks that are defined in the same account. So it is possible to take a stack reference of another stack and use values that were outputs of this stack in another program. And that's exactly what I would like to do. I would like to separate stuff and keep at least, you know, VMs and Kubernetes separate from the application itself. Whether it's actually a good idea, it will probably just turn out after we start. And we probably should, because I've spent the last hour just talking and not doing anything really interesting. But the idea is to split this into two stacks, have a platform stack, and then have an application stack. Because since my idea is to work on this in long term, it's easier to split it now and work with that via stack references than it is to actually, split that in the future, and I would like to add more stuff to that. So um, I would like to add stuff that would allow us to get some metrics from, how many people visit the site, things like that. I could use Google Analytics, but from what I hear, Google Analytics is troublesome, and there's also the privacy problem, and you have to add this banner. We're in European Union, and that forces us to also, at least remember the setting that user has selected the last time he visited the site. We can do this on the front end side and just store the state the preference of the user in the local storage in the browser. We don't really have user accounts and probably won't, but maybe we could with GitHub login. And having this banner is tricky, so we could deploy one of the more privacy-oriented metrics system that are available right now. Something like, let's say, plausible analytics. It is possible to deploy it to your own stack, to your own infrastructure, and then use it. And stuff like that usually have the need to have a database too. So we could reuse the same database. Maybe it's not a big problem. That obviously depends on the traffic, but I don't really expect this app to be a huge internet viral trend that will cause huge amounts of traffic. Okay, so let's get to this. I have already prepared secrets from what I recall. Yeah, so we have two things that we will definitely need. So first thing is to create virtual machines and deploy K3s onto them. And to be able to pull our application from GitHub, where I'm going to push the images, we will need a pull secret, so pull token, and I have already provided that here. Okay, so we need to cut this thing almost in half, I think. So current deployment, this is the application, this is K3s as a component, and here's the main function that deploys stuff. We have Hetzner token. This requires to be changed. We don't have this key. I think it is just SSH. Yeah. Would be good not to input a wrong path here. So it is pulumi config set public key path. And this is the public one, so IDRSA pub. Okay. And basically the same thing, but for the private key path. So to deploy stuff, we need to push our public SSH key to the virtual machines that we are going to create. This allows us to connect to those machines and to basically run commands on those machines. And we are going to use commands to, well, deploy K3s. Okay, so we have two additional secrets now. Cool. We need this. SSH key gets created here. This is the public one. You can see that we are using this value. And then we are going to use private key to actually connect to those machines and deploy everything that we need to deploy onto virtual machines themselves. Once we are done with K3s, we are going to just use Kubernetes to manage everything. So this is the server pool. If you want to get a better understanding of how this works, I invite you to read this blog post. It explains every step that I do here, but I want to get pretty quick to something that works right now, so we are not going to go into much details. It just creates a pool of nodes. I'm cheap. I'm just gonna create a one server. We don't need much more. We are going to create a cluster called Scala today. I hope that dot is an accepted character here. The token is called GitHub poll token now. Okay, K3s, it's fine. kubeconfig, it's fine. K3s provider, yeah, no, that is the point where we will cut the whole thing. And the Cloudflare provider is also here. We don't need that. So we don't need the whole bit here. This is going to go to the other stack. Now, this obviously won't compile. And this is also an interesting thing. So the blog post is using a new module that we have added to BSOM recently. And it's the types configuration stuff. The type configuration works in a way that it prevents you from deploying application that is misconfigured by reaching into the container in which the application was built. So you have to, it's a image with a version tag here, and it does very nasty stuff. Don't tell Martin. We actually run the application itself in the macro, because the whole thing here is just metaprogramming, and it checks that it takes all the information about necessary configuration that has to be provided for the application to start correctly. I will show you how this works. This is very nifty, this is very nice, and it doesn't compile if configuration you provide doesn't match the application inside. We are going to comment the whole thing out for now, just to make stuff compile, and then we are going to move that to the separate stack that I wanted. Now, if you are not familiar with how BSOM works, unused imports, cool, yeah, exactly what we wanted. So Kubernetes stuff is, the whole thing lives in its own file. There's a component that declares the whole creation of K3s cluster. Is just, issuing commands that we would usually issue by hand by getting there. So it's less error prone, and it's, infra as code. So this is K3s, and we create a server pool, we create K3s. Now we need to expose information about how to actually connect to the Kubernetes cluster. Now I have this small task here, which basically, it uses oslib to write a file in the directory in which we are working, so present working directory. We create a kubeconfig conf file. It's helpful to give us the capability to have access to the Kubernetes cluster from command line, from terminal. We could use the same mechanism basically to pass the kubeconfig file between those stacks. But on the other hand, this file can be overwritten and it is kind of error prone. So the best approach would be to just export the whole thing. We are exporting path. It's not really useful for us. So we actually would like to export the whole property that we have here. Now, this is K3s, output of K3s object. Now we want to export the whole thing as a string. So K3s, maybe this is a good suggestion from Copilot. Let's see. I think kubeconfig is not an output, or maybe is it? Yeah, it's an output, so it's fine. Yeah. So what we get here, just to be absolutely secure here, we should get an output of string. Yay. Works. Nice. Okay, so we export two fields actually. We export a set of IPs of the nodes, and we also export the kubeconfig, which is, you know, the content of the YAML file that you get when you create configuration for a remote server. You know, API server of Kubernetes. Okay, I think this is fine. All the stuff that we wanted to comment out is already commented out. I think we should be able to just run it. Let's just do a quick sanity check and check whether all uses of this function are covered. So we have Hetzner token, we have this, we have 4 secrets. This is present, this is commented out, commented out, commented out. 3 things are commented out and 4 things are present. Cool. It should just work. Cool. So it tells us what is going to happen when we run this program. And it's going to create a provider for Hetzner Cloud, push some SSH key to the account which we are using, so subscription we could say, or well, account if you are using AWS, and then it's going to create a K3s cluster called Scala today, just as we wanted. It's going to create it just as a leader node because we don't have anything else, and it's going to fetch the kubeconfig file, and it's going to store 2 things. Now, this would probably be a good idea to just run it, but I'm wondering about one thing. This is probably not a secret, and I would like this to be stored as a secret. It's just a good practice, I would say. I think we had a combinator for that. Not exactly sure. Yeah, we do have one. Cool. So, because, you know, the state, yeah, it's a secret now. Because the state is encrypted, and it's encrypted with the password that I'm using to access the properties that are inside of the stack. And things that are not secrets, I think they are held. Oh, I mean, secrets are encrypted, but I think the rest, stuff like that, is kept as just plain data. I'm not really sure about that. I haven't really, you know, ripped through Pulumi's state before. Maybe we should do that sometime. I want to work on some BSOM issues and BSOM stuff in the next week, because I have a talk on Lambda days. Yeah, Lambda days, not Lambda World. Anyway, I have a talk at Lambda days on 28th of May. So we have some stuff to complete before that presentation, and that's mostly automation API. So I'm going to do that in the next week, and maybe it's a good idea to you know, go through some state files on the stream. That would be interesting, I think. Okay, let's try and deploy that. Okay, so the server has been created. It usually takes just like 3 or 4 seconds, so maybe Hetzner is overloaded today. Now this takes a little bit more time. Now it might be interesting why I'm starting with infrastructure and not the application itself. I actually want to have a whole pipeline. I like to have a very fast feedback loop. It's not going to be as fast as I would like it to be because, well, obviously we have Docker in the way. We have Kubernetes. We have to push the image out, so it's not gonna be superb. We can do this locally, by the way. I have Docker with Kubernetes extension locally. So we can check dev stuff locally, but I would like to have the full experience of working in a truly agile way that Bison gives us, because we can work with infrastructure as we go. We can set it up, tear it down. We can do all we want. And by the way, separation of stacks in this context makes a lot of sense too, because I can just tear down the whole K3S layer if I want to. If I have it as a separate stack, if I destroy the stack as it is with all the servers and K3S deployment in the same stack, it gets messy, and as far as I know, Pulumi doesn't really allow you to, roll back to some point, so you have to either drop the whole thing or you have to iterate on that by making changes, and that is, well, less elastic. Sometimes you just want to, that you have botched something, the state is in some way broken, and you just want to start clear. Start from zero, from ground up, and this makes it easier. So we want to have the separation to improve our velocity in the future. Okay, so this is deployed. Now we need another window. And that's here. It's here. And I don't think we have anything here, which is cool. Okay, so what we actually need. Oh shit, I forgot to change this name. God damn it. Pardon my French. Yeah, should we just leave it alone as it is? No, I'm actually, can we change the name of the stack? I don't think we can. I have never tried that before. Maybe let's change this and see what happens. Maybe it will just explode. Maybe let's, come on. Let's make a backup. Come on. I hate V. Okay, this is Scala today platform. Oh, and the description is also misleading. Yeah, V, and it's completely different bindings to delete words. Yes, awesome. Um, cool. I wonder what will happen if we do. Oh yeah, the whole name is. Yeah, it completely lost track of the state. So, um, pardon. We will just redeploy that. Okay, so now it sees that it's the same deployment. So we are just going to do pulumidn, destroy everything. Scala today platform. I wonder why I even opened that in. Cool, it's destroyed. Oh, god damn it. No, I can't change that. I played myself. I have secrets bound to this name that was here. Ah, so stupid. God damn. It's all nicely encrypted already. I wonder what will happen. You know, let's experiment because why not? Let's see how Pulumi handles that. I don't really know. So, Scala Docs Assistant. No, not really. But yeah, that's a good idea. We should have an AI assistant for Scala Docs. Let's call it as it was meant to be known today. Platform. Okay, so if we do Pulumi up now, what happens if we do this? Pulumi config prod. Oh, cool! So it just works fine. It just uses the file as it is in the folder. So if we already have a stack called prod, it will just reuse it. Because the password is the same, I'm using direnv to manage password for Pulumi in this directory, in Scala Today directory. So it uses the same password, and it was able to decrypt the passwords, the secrets in the file. So we are in the clear. We can just Pulumi up. That's oh shit. Why? Okay, that's surprising. So config says why, and it's still proposing that default is an old version. No idea why. Hetzner token is not in configuration. Okay, so it isn't as seamless as I hoped. It's not nice. So we have this file. It's probably a mismatch on the encryption salt. But why? It should just use the password that is set in the directory. Huh. So config sees that. Let's say SSH public key path. Can you fetch stuff? No. No, it can't do that. But it is capable of listing that. Why? Why though? Okay, so yeah, that's obviously stupid on my part. Let's do a backup because we could get back to this old name, but then we will have you know, this garbage here, and we can't change that. Prod YAML, backup. Okay, so it isn't possible to reuse that, or at least I'm not aware of how to do that. So we are going to drop this, and let's see whether my shortcut work. Yes, they work. Okay, let me just quickly fix this and push the secrets into the file. Cool. Okay, I have SSH stuff set up already. Now we only need GitHub pull token. Set GitHub pull token. It's a secret, yes. And we are going to pull that. Scala today. Pull secret. Copy password. Okay. And Hetzner token. Config. Okay. Okay. Okay, I didn't leak anything, so it should just work. Cool. We have 4 things as we wanted. Yes. Okay, let me just quickly... oh. Unable to authenticate. Unauthorized. Oh. Why? Did I mess something up? Config. What the hell? It's exactly the same as it was before, but now it's unauthorized. Why is it? Okay, this is very strange, but you know, I'll have to regenerate the Pulumi token. The Hetzner token, sorry. API tokens. Okay. Yes, yes, I know. Irreversible deleting token. Yes. Oh shit. I thought that I'm streaming my operations in Hetzner Cloud, but no. Copied. Hetzner token. Added entry. Okay. Okay, it seems it's working. Okay, let me quickly jump to bathroom. Welcome back. Okay. Okay, so we do have a deployed stack. This time it is called correctly. Yeah, we are deploying to prod, obviously. Um, I'm. I would usually, do a dev environment, but it would demand some additional juggling with domains. Um, yeah, let's have it as a living project, and maybe if there are any actual issues, we'll create a dev environment, and let's go with prod. We're going to deploy to prod and work on prod, like in good old PHP days. Okay, so what is the next step? The next step is to create. We can drop the backups. Um, the next step is to move all the necessary files to this directory. Scala today application. Oh, you probably can't see much. I hope there's a setting that this should work with command equals, but for some reason the shortcut doesn't work really. No idea why. Zoom in. It's a numpad add or command shift equals. Okay. No, command shift equals doesn't work too. Cool. Yeah. Settings, keyboard shortcuts, zoom in. So it's with shift or without shift. Okay. I think this was to unfold and okay, it's a key binding from IntelliJ. Do we maybe we have unfolding? Okay, so what is the whoa, no. Okay, what is no? Just this unfold all. Okay, so we have two overrides. I don't really use this unfold all. Let's just drop the key binding here. And the same applies to the oh, come on. No, we don't want that. Okay, now it. Oh yes, it works. Okay, that's a little bit too much. Oh yeah, the folding stuff. Cool. Um, okay, so it works in one way. Ah, troublesome. I want no. I want yeah. Don't fold it. No. Remove key binding. Thank you. Thank you so much. Cool. Is this good enough? I think it's good enough now. So yeah, we have application Scala base, Scala today application layer deployment. Cool. We don't want default Kubernetes providers. That makes a lot of sense if you are used to working with Pulumi, because the default one would be the one that is configured in your global kubeconfig. That's misleading. So we don't want any defaults. We want to always provide exactly this provider that we want to use. So we are going to copy the, well, obviously we need, oh, you can see that we have this, whoa, don't show that. No, that's SSL certificate to connect to the machine. Maybe that wasn't enough information to make this hackable. I don't know. We need project, definitely. So yeah, we're going to put this here. We do. We don't need a cloud. Yeah, we need those two things here. We don't need those things. Oh no, too much. So in this deployment, we don't need Kubernetes or Cloudflare. This is the main deployment. This should be all fine as it is. I mean, actually, we could take those imports and already create a main file here. So it's gonna be, yeah, main Scala. And we do need those imports. Okay. So, and this whole bit of code is unnecessary. Now we need this bit. Cool. Now this is gonna be a bit more involved. Huh. Where is auto formatting? Why it's not working? Let's just reload the window. It usually works. I mean, it's probably confused. Oh, there is no Scala FMT file. Oh, we didn't have Scala FMT file here. Also, I think I put it somewhere. Just no, I didn't. Oh, that's easy. Scala to that. What? Okay, I know. Old. Nope. Infra? No. Scala FMT. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. We want the Scala FMT conf file in infra platform. And yeah, we just copy that here and to site. Yes. We can put it also in the app directory because we need formatting anyway. Let's just restart window. That's how I use metals most of the time. It's painful only in some degree, not always. Okay, so thing is, it's impossible for this to compile because this is from a file that we don't have in this project, and to be perfectly honest, we probably aren't going to copy the whole bit. I mean, let's copy that, and then we will drop all the stuff that we don't really need. Come on. No? Why? Why can't I create a file? Okay, cool. App Scala. Cool. Now this is very convoluted. It's a component, and it made sense in the context of the deployment we made in the blog post, but it isn't as useful right now. I'm wondering whether we should just drop it completely. Why can't you find Pulumi? We have the dependency on Bsum Cork here. Oh yeah, I know. I just bought imports. Bsum.star K3s. Okay, we don't have this. Now the interesting bit is we need stack references. Now I have no actual recollection how this works. No. Bsum Virtuoswap. So I need docs. No, not this link, this link. Cool. Documentation. Search API would be nice here. Well, I think, no, it wasn't in basics, I think. Maybe in stack references? Yeah. Okay. So we need a name of the other stack and arcs like this. Cool. It's going to give us a typed channel to get information from the previous stack. Okay. Platform stack ref. Let's call it this way. Now organization source stack test my stack name. How the hell this is called? Now this is always a bit of an enigma for me. And it's interesting because if I recall that correctly, I've written the code that handles that. And this nested reference name was a pain on implementation side. Now I don't recall how this works really. So this was the name of what? Account? No. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's organization account stack. So cool. What is so if we go to platform and we cut pulumi.yaml, we don't really have anything here. Let's see. It's probably not that. It should be possible to just do this, right? ls. Cool. Okay, so that's nice. Show, I think maybe with I. No. I. Oh, cool. That is useful, but only to some degree. Doesn't show us the org. Maybe as JSON. No. What was it? Well, it was -g as. Not very useful. What's the name of the organization? Okay, so I have a new thing that I wanted to test out. So um, you probably have heard about the new GPT-4o model, and there's a lot of conversation on Twitter about that. Oh, sorry, Twitter. What is the correct pronunciation for it? Twitter? I don't know. Anyway, um, I wanted to test how it behaves if you ask technical questions. How can I find out what is the organization used for a stack in Pulumi CLI? Let's see what it says. Cool. Okay, so it's familiar with how this works. Oh, it's a project, not an account. It's a project. Okay, Pulumi stack, and this gives us absolutely nothing because where is the project? My project. How can I find out what the current... Oh, come on. I don't like typos even when I'm talking with AI. What the current project is using Pulumi CLI. Pulumi stack, okay. And including the project name. Yeah. How about no? Check the Pulumi YAML. Okay. Oh, so it's this thing. No. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. God damn it. Sorry, that was complete brain fart. Obviously. Uh, so this bit is the project. Yeah. So this bit is a project. And the stack is called prod. That's how I named it. So okay, and prod. It's kind of redundant, right? I should have just named it Scala Today Platform. That would be fine. I don't have the patience to fix that again. I'll do that off stream probably. So this should work just fine. Organization. If you don't have an organization created at Pulumi Cloud, I think it's always organization. Okay, and going back to our awesome documentation, if we want to get a value from that stack, we need to use this syntax. So other stack, it's not other stack, it's platform stack ref, and it is string, which is fine because from what I recall, this took, yeah, it took an input of, oh come on, input of string. So output string, and the key to that was kubectl. It's just kubectl. Okay, and that's probably all we need to do. Oh no, it's not everything. Value output y. Huh? Ah, yeah, that's not very useful right now. Let's try and comment stuff out, do a stack with an empty. Cool. Okay, this still doesn't compile y. Okay. Lookup doesn't really work that well. Okay, and we need to comment the whole bit here. This is now an unused import. You know what? Let's just... No. Way too far. Compile it. Okay, now this compiles, and let's see. No, it still won't go to the correct... Cool. Not very useful. And arcs? No, arcs don't work with that too. Okay, there's a simpler way to do this. Recent BSM core. I'll just, look into the insights. Oh, it's a typo. So it's require or get. It's a typo on documentation. God damn. Okay. So this should work now. Require output, because we want to fail. We want to fail if this doesn't work. Okay. You know what? Maybe let's comment that out and just try and see what happens if we now try and actually run this. Okay, so we need this import. Cool. Require output is not a member of what? Huh. What? Okay. Now, for some reason, now it works. I can see this here. Why? I couldn't before. JS value. I think our documentation for stack references is broken. Okay, there's another way to do this. No, we need the whole BSM folder. So the monorepo itself, we need I think examples. No, not examples. Integration test, resources, and references. Target stack, main stack reference, get output. Okay, so I don't think we have the API that is described in documentation. That's worrying. So let's have a note about that. Okay, so the current approach is something like that, which is not very nice, but yeah, we'll have to do. And it is true. We don't have the implementation for parsing. That's platform, and we are here. Okay, so we actually need a whole thing. So if we do this, we now have to do this. This is called kubeconfig now, and this is a JS value, and we just want this, and we are going to do this, and output of s, and if it's something else, we want to fail. So this should now be some JSON is necessary for that. Cool. Now this is broken, and we can hopefully replace it with this. So basically, we would need a type class driven approach, API there. What? What's the problem now? Optional of string, and this is output of string. What's the problem? Require output. We don't have. Oh, it's just metals being metals. Okay. No worries. Okay. Now, mm, we still have this whole bit, which is the component. We could change the directory and go to site and say pulumi up. Obviously, we're just going to roll with prod again. Unknown stack. Okay. Is the organization borked? We asked him about this. I think this is bullshit because we can check this and name is not in this format. So there's something called pulumi.org, right? No default org specified. Maybe it's just not available at all. So maybe it's just, this is platform. Maybe it's just 2 segments. No. Organization name must be organization. Okay. What? Yes, prod. Preview failed. Oh. Wait. Why? That's That's disturbing. We are logged in to exactly the same place, right? So it is pulumi login, and I did pulumi login local. So why don't we see the correct stack? This is not what we wanted. I hope I didn't just, delete. No, because resource count is not available. So it's not in deployed stack. No, there are no stacks now. What the hell? Okay, probably just losing time when I could just ask AI about that. Okay, by the way, what is, maybe I'm just in, god damn it, I'm in, out of the application. And what is in, oh, I'm in a different project, and probably that's why it doesn't see that. But that doesn't make, oops. I could have different projects. Let's just cat, or rather, site. It's going to be here. I wonder what is going to happen if we do this. That's probably not the thing that I would expect is necessary. But on the other hand, you could have that in the same directory. Okay, yeah, it is the same project. Huh, cool. Yeah, that's definitely Borg then. It should be just Scala today then. One gets rusty pretty quick. It's always at the biggest asshole and the biggest idiot is always you 6 months from now, in the idiot sense, and the asshole is this you but 6 months ago. So, like in the meme, who fucked that up so much? Oh, it was me. Okay, so we have prod, and this means we need this thingy. Okay, so now it should work, I guess. It's in the same project. I don't know why we need a fully qualified reference if we can't cross the project boundary. Okay, so the project is called, wait, is this right? Plot. It is, apparently. So maybe it was just working fine, but I have this suffix here. Oh. But this doesn't make sense. I don't. Oh, I copied it from here and it's just appended. Cool. Good thinking on my side. Okay, so I can't just do this way. No new. What is init up. Yeah, I should have organized that in a different way. Follow me. Select, I think it was. Yeah, we want app here. Follow me. Up. Okay, cool. No, but we have the confirmation that we can fetch information that we need. Okay, so we have a reference to K3S. Now what we need is to deploy basically Postgres. We are just going to copy the whole bit that we have here. with a service and the value for host and JDBC URL, because we are going to obviously reuse the whole bit here. After we have copied that, we can take it here. Now we aren't going to use PostgreSML. I don't really see a reason to use it at this time, so we're just going to replace Postgres everywhere, and we need an image. So official images are here. I don't know of any changes in Postgres 16, but I guess we can use it. So it's just Postgres 16.3, I think. I don't think we need all those special handlers that we have for. So we had all those special arcs and things like that. That was for PostgreSML, and we needed this. How are we going to call this? We just need one deployment, because obviously Postgres is not Mongo. And if we need a more, sensible setup, we would probably need an operator. But for operator, we would need some extensions in BSOM to have Kubernetes custom resources and custom resources definitions. I don't have that yet. Or maybe we can cut some corners and just deploy PostgreSML. It would make it probably a bit faster. And we still get all the extensions that we actually want to have. I mean, PG vector. We get PG vector. I don't know. Should I be lazy, or should I rework that to a normal Postgres deployment? Chat, what's the app? What's the app you're using for ChatGPT? Oh, this thing. MindMac. It's called MindMac, yeah. Found it today, and connected that to ChatGPT. Seems to work fine. You know what? Since this is just a distribution of Postgres, and yeah, let's be lazy. I mean, we are going to need some of those features that PostgreSML offers anyway. Where's our format, by the way? I want format and save. I don't necessarily want to. No? Oh yeah, it works. Cool. I don't want. So in this file, we are going to need more imports, and that's probably most of this stuff. Yeah, let's just uncomment the stuff that is not necessary. Cool. DB labels. We don't have DB labels. We can get DB labels from this file. DB labels, DB name. Okay, that's just Kubernetes labels. What else is that we need? App namespace. Well, let's create a namespace. That's true. We need a namespace, but we want to have two namespaces. So let's create one that is, called like this, and let's create the DB namespace. Thank you. And we want DB namespace here. We have DB labels and the name. what was the name in this file? Name was, oh, it was the name of the component that was used. PostgreSML. Let's just hardcode it for now and see what happens. We don't have namespace args. I think it was in core. Cool. Okay, does it compile? No, impossible. Yep. Okay. Postgres port and dashboard port. Now, what were we doing here? It's just a piece of args. If we go to platform here, not in the app main. How was it configured before? The dashboard port was, this is unsurprising, I guess. 5432, usual, 8000 for PostgreSML dashboard. But it's still in just Kubernetes, so isn't really important. Main. So this is going to be hard-coded for now, and we'll worry about, having nice parameterization later on. And custom timeouts. Oh, there's an issue. Yeah, there's an issue about that because you have to import that from internals, and that's bad. That's not what we wanted to have, but we missed that. Next release will have this import done correctly, so it will be imported from this scope. Cool. 10 minutes. This is Scala. Fix using compiler. That's a good question. What will it suggest? Okay, import concurrent duration, and it's not a bad idea. Yeah, let's try and see how this works. Did it import that? No? It's not imported? So, view in chat. I don't want to view this in chat. Can you just apply it? Send. Whatever. Okay, so what? The solution is to just copy that? I mean, yeah, but I prefer fully qualified imports. Okay. So, in the end, yeah, we actually should have values for that. Cool. And val dashboard port, which is 8000. How do you find Copilot? Because for stuff like that, like searching stuff in a file and fixing things like this change, I find it quite useful. Things like this bit, like it completely auto-generated the DB namespace, which is basically the same template as this piece of code. I use it for cases where I want to replicate a piece of code that would be, boilerplate basically. And it's Scala. We could just write a macro that would do that for us, or write a function in a simple case that would do this for us. But it's so handy that it just, it makes relatively sensible auto-completion for us. And in many cases, I don't really want to hide things like that. This is actually fine, if you ask me. It's explicit, and in this case, I wouldn't like it to be, not really explicit. Okay, so we need also labels for the application, and that's just something that we need to do here. And oh yeah, and you can see, so it's copying directly from the other file. But no, it's not ask me. That was the application of in the blog post. This is Scala today. Cool. And this now is unused, which is fine. Which is very nice. We could export the JDBC URL. That would be a good idea, I think. Cool. Okay, so this would hopefully deploy our database to the Kubernetes cluster. Now we need some creative commanding out because we are going to use the rest of the stuff here, just not right now. Oh, why isn't it showing that as a comment? Should be grayed out, right? Do we have Tomac in chat today? I don't think we have Tomac today. Anyway, okay, we can now deploy this. And it's actually a good idea to do this right now because, oh yeah, default provider is, oh, we forgot to pass the provider to one of the resources. It was for what database? Oh yeah, it makes sense because they were, all of them were in a component, and components have implicit provider inheritance. So if we don't have that, we pull that out of a component because we don't want a component right now. Maybe in the future, but not right now. We need, okay, this is implicit, we don't need that, but we need the provider here in opts. So the same applies here, and wait for stateful set. No, we want provider. Yep, cool. This is fine. Thank you, Copilot. Okay, we have two resources, and these two namespaces already take the provider. And you see, this is the issue. So if I didn't have this option here, and I think it should be by default, it should be something that is, you should opt in to use default providers because of how easy it is to mismanage that. Now listen to this, because this is actually quite mind-bending. I don't want this chat, by the way. How do I close this window now? Oh, it's just here. Okay. I'm using, you know, VS Code since 2 years, I think. I've been using it for the last 2 years, and I still, you know, don't find this really nice. This side panel. Anyway, maybe it's just my inner IntelliJ user speaking. Anyway, so if we had this configuration option disabled, like we would use default providers, I would then do something absolutely stupid. And I really wanted to say fucking there, because it is. If you don't provide a provider for a Kubernetes resource, and this basically applies to all resources that you can have. So if you have a default configuration for AWS on your machine, this also applies, because it will use a default provider, I think. I'm not sure, because this thing, it might be dependent on how the provider works. Maybe provider for, let's say, AWS doesn't pull default account out of its own, but if you do this with Kubernetes, it will then, if we had, let's say, those providers set for namespaces here, right? We have two namespaces, we want to create two namespaces, we want to put things into those namespaces. By the way, it just dawned on me that we want to do this too, because this also should probably be, in my opinion, a default for critical resources like namespaces, because if you delete namespace, everything goes. So protect should be a default, but if you provide K3s, I mean any provider, but if you provide a provider for namespaces, but then you don't don't reuse the same provider for resources that you would like to go into those namespaces, into this cluster, basically, because provider is a link to a particular Kubernetes cluster. If you don't provide this, it will actually try to create those two resources that we have here. So stateful set and service, it will try to create them in your local default cluster. In this case, Docker desktop. So namespaces would go to the cluster that we have configured and we have imported via stack reference here. And then it would try to create resources in your local Kubernetes cluster on your local machine, because that's the default that we have set via, kubectx. So yeah, that's the default context. So that's not really, that's tricky. I guess this really should be a default, but I think opting in to default providers should be the option that you should have. Like, I know that I'm not going to use anything, just use default providers for, they could do this, like, let's say, maybe it should have been like something like that. I want to opt into anything because I know what I'm doing. I'm working on a single project. I'm not going to shift between local and remote environments. Yeah, maybe it should have been like this. I would say that this would be a saner approach, but it isn't. You have to opt in to disable default providers, and you have to disable them. I don't even think there is something like that, like a combinator to disable all of them. I think you have to enumerate anyone and any single provider that you want to, block from being used with defaults. So it would fail, by the way. It's not like it. I mean, in this case, it will fail because we are using a namespace that wouldn't exist. But it is, we could just comment this out, and then it would create the service in the default namespace in my local Docker Kubernetes cluster. So a small L in this case of usability. Yeah, I always get triggered when I see something that could be lesser burden on your mind. Okay, so round over. I think we can try and see whether this will deploy our database. Hopefully it will. Okay. Okay, so this is going to take a while because PostgreSML does the container itself is pretty chunky. I don't think I have it locally even. Docker. There's no images. Sorry. What? What? Docker is not running. How is that possible? Okay, it's actually done. I did restart my machine today to try to fix the audio issues. Okay, cool. No, but we could try and find this on the GHCR. I wonder if they have an interface. Yeah, what's the size? What's the size of this image? No, no, they are not going to tell us. So if we do a Docker pull, they will tell us, right? Shit. Oh, well, they won't. But Well, you can quickly see that things are getting chunky here, right? So it's not a small image. So that's exactly why we have this custom timeout 10 minutes here. Just to let the local Docker instance, or rather, I think it's CRI in K3s, to allow it to download the image in peace, because it's really, really big. I think it's around 4 or 5 gigs, mostly because they basically have, I don't know, full Conda environment inside with a lot of models already available. Okay, so it's 2:27. I guess it's probably a good moment for me to take a break and grab a lunch. And we still have to wait for this to deploy. So I'll be back to you and see you very soon. I think I will take like about 20 to 30 minutes. Hopefully less, but I think I have to, depending on whether I smell dinner or not. I will have to either make something or just eat. So cheers, see you soon. Okay, welcome back. So let's see what happened with our deployment. Okay. Service failed. It's a bit of a pickle. I guess it probably should have had the same custom timeouts. Let's fix that for future runs. And I think in general, because it says that it was successfully created, right? So how do we debug that? I mean, the easiest way, and probably the best way, would be to just connect to the Kubernetes cluster and see whether we have endpoints for this particular. Oh, I did 10,000 steps. Cool. For this particular service. Okay. So how do we do that? Well, we use kubectx, so kubecontext. We only have Docker Desktop locally, and that's probably not enough, right? So there's a neat hack that we can use here, and it basically revolves around the kubeconfig environment variable that we can override and append stuff to. So as you know, probably paths, or well, paths in all shells, they are appendable. You can add more pieces to them, and this also applies to kubeconfig environment variable. Now I'm not sure if we have it by default. I think it was kubeconfig. Now the issue is that we want to append it in a correct way. So let's just have a new conversation. Excuse me. Yeah. So fish is a bit funny in this regard. We just there are no semicolons to add. We don't have to interpolate that. It just is after spaces. Now now what is the path to that? Because I want this to be set in a correct way. I think the file itself was in platform, right? Yeah, here we have it. Here's kubeconfig. Okay, so setx kubeconfig. Now the value of this environment variable, and pwd / kubeconfig comp. Now, oh, we already can see that it has worked. We can use kubectx, and it now, oh, so our default, our default kubeconfig didn't contain anything. Cool. I wonder why, by the way. Well, it's not very important. For time being, we are interested in what happens in our cluster, right? So let's see. Okay, we have a database. Oh, there is no service. I mean, there is no service among pods, SVC A. Yeah, and it's here. So kubectl get endpoints. None. Oh, well, that's a pickle. So we have a pod running. We have a service, and there are no endpoints. Oh, maybe the configuration was pointing towards something borked. DB labels, okay. Excuse me. Okay. Hmm. I think it's the part of Kubernetes that I hate the most. It almost always happens, right? So we could connect to database, but it doesn't really help us a lot. I think it's safely working, but maybe the ports aren't there. Yeah, let's try and port forward. No, it's not an app. It's an app. Why? App namespace. Oh, I think I have an idea what I did. DB labels. Yeah, but it's in the wrong namespace. Ah, goddamn. Okay, that's not a biggie. That's actually quite simple to fix, I hope. So we change the resource that we are using here. Okay. And we aren't going to do this in platform site. Come on. Okay. Let's see. App namespace. Unused. Oh, but that makes sense because we don't have anything in namespace yet. Oh, this is tricky. Okay, I can't just do this because, you know, that's by the way an interesting bit because it was a brain fart on my side. I did protect that. I set a protect flag on this, and you know it actually helps us to avoid stupid mistakes because in normal programming you can, you know, drop a piece of code. If you don't use it, it's no up, right? But here we don't use this value but it was already created because I made a mistake. I used this to create a service. Service lives in wrong namespace, and that's why it doesn't point toward the PostgreSML instance. Now, this is actually interesting because there is something that is real, that exists in the actual real world. So in our cluster, there is a namespace. If I comment that out, Pulumi does a diff, and it diffed that this namespace is to be deleted. And that would be a grave mistake. So in a sense, I have just protected myself from dropping a namespace. It wouldn't be a problem because, you know, the compiler told me that this isn't used anymore. But, you know, sometimes there are things that are configured with namespaces. You usually don't want to do this, right? You want to be sure that you want to drop that. So actually, if we wanted to do this, we would have to issue a pulumi command that would unprotect this resource, and only then we could drop it. When it's protected, you can't just drop it. So we have to do something because it isn't used because we fixed this. We aren't referencing that again. So what we want to do? Well, we can then tell Bsum that, well, we want this resource, we want this to exist, we want this to be evaluated, but it isn't used by anything. So just it's a stack dependency. Stack itself depends on this resource existing, but it isn't used by anything. There are multiple cases when you want this behavior, so this is very much fine. And we will need this namespace in a moment when we will try to deploy actual application to something live. Okay. This should be fine. At least I hope so. kubectl get endpoints. Cool. Looks like we have a database, and the service is pointing to this database as it should. That's very nice. Okay, so that brings us to the actual application bit. So we have arrived at, well, we discussed that. Cool. We started with infra here, and we have set up Postgres. Now we don't have an app, and well, we need an app to actually do something, right? So I have a project started here, and we need some libraries. We started with Tapir with Netty that works with Loom dispatch. I am going to, use Aux because I want to. Not this window, not this window, not this window, not this window, not this window. Cool. We will need this later. We don't need this. Yay. There's a Scala CLI directive already done. Cool. Okay, so what else do we need? I think it would be, sensible to have a logging library. No, Copilot. That's not something that exists. Aux logging. Wow, interesting. I'm a big fan of Scala Scribe. Okay, and to get Scala Scribe, we need this dependency. So why do I prefer using Scribe? There is absolutely no XML configuration involved with using Scribe. It just works. It's also remarkably fast, and you configure that in Scala. So pure win for me. And yeah, that's the whole usage. You just use an info method and scribe package object, and it just works. So cool. We want this. Now let me quickly take a look what else we will need, because we have HTTP client. We are going to scrape the Scaladex API, right? So that's fine. That's okay. To do that, we just need HTTP client. We need a JSON library because the API is REST JSON API. So yeah, we need a database library. And nowadays, I used to use Quill a lot. Quill is a very nice library. It's no, we don't want SLF. Quill is a very nice library. I think the website is now here in documentation of Zia, and it's very nice. There is a version for Scala free, and I did use this library already for my normal business work, and it's nice. I have very small amount of things that I dislike about it. The only thing I would say is that if you mess up quotes, for instance, and you put them in wrong places, errors that you get are probably not the most readable. You have to get used to understanding that, oh, I messed the structural quoting thing, and that's why it didn't work. And Quill is very nice, but it is kind of an overkill in many cases. And if you do something less trivial, like if you want to build more complex queries, and it's not the most safety requiring project, because what you get here is you get type safety in queries. That's actually a good value proposal. It makes sense in many contexts where you want to have that property. But if you don't really need to have those compile time generated queries, you can do something less convoluted. I think I mentioned this library already, and it's called Scala Magnum. And it's a newish library, not exactly very new, but it's already quite well developed and does a lot of stuff for us. So what I like about this library is that you can always drop down to SQL, but you get some stuff that is quite useful for simpler projects like repositories. You get repositories for free. That's not something that you get with Doobie or with let's say Quill. You have to implement that on your own. But here the basic um, basic use cases that you would find with an ORM, like with active record in Ruby in Rails or Laravel's Eloquent. You get those methods here. You can get them by just creating this instance. You just need to add some stuff to your data types and then create a repo, and you're fine. You can then just fetch stuff out of the database. So this is very nice, and I like this library a lot. So I would like to use it too because it's quite simple. There are some things that some gripes that I have with it, mostly around the exception throwing. But we can always create a small facade on our own side, so it's not a biggie. Definitely not a blocker. Okay, so yeah, that one is actually what I will need anyway because I need Hikari. Oh yeah, Flyway. Yeah, that's another question. We will get back to Flyway in a moment. We need this using dependency. Cool. So we have database, we have connection pool, and now we need a Postgres driver. Let's see whether our dear Copilot can do this for us. Postgres JDBC driver. Okay. Thinking. Ah, it's not thinking. Yeah, okay. Now Scala CLI should tell us that this version is worked. I mean, why is this still showing this message? Maybe default tag is not moved yet. I don't know. So is this the most recent one? Hard to believe, Hmm. Nope. Nope. Oh, it's PostgreSQL. Yeah. 4273. Goddamn. 4273. Okay. Hints are not really working. Wonder why. Do we have Tomek? I don't think we have Tomek on the stream. Anyway, yeah. Now there's a question of what do we want to do with migrations? I usually use Flyway, and it's a very good library. I like it, but I'm wondering whether is it an overkill, or maybe we want to use it because we would have to configure it to pull migrations from ClassPath. Because if we don't do that, well, the only thing we can do is to write, our own migration code. Yeah, yeah, let's use flyway. Cool. Now, I'm wondering, okay, I just get this one. This is kinda strange. Let's say I fix this. What happens if I did it? Nothing. So there was an option. Oh, come on. Did it change anything? Did I find a bug? Maybe sunlight. Hikari 510. Uh, we have 510. Okay. Flyway core. You know, I just don't believe. Yeah, latest version 10.13.0. And we are here on 8.5.7 and Scala CLI says nothing about that. Huh. Interesting. Cool. Well, we got all those though, all of those. Oh. Wow. What the hell? Huh. That might be a bug. Um, let's just note it down and keep writing code. What is it? Is it 021? Oh, it didn't fix itself, right? It will still, you know, show up or not. Okay. Cool. Okay. So we have everything that we need to set up our database and connect to it. Now, what else do we need? Huh. Okay, we have tab here, but we don't have tab here with files. We are going to use this anyway, so I'm just going to add this. So this is an extension to Tapier that allows us to serve files. It's not built in, you have to add it as an additional dependency. And we are going to use this to serve Scala logo basically. Okay. So our dependency list is big enough, I would say. I don't think we need anything more for now. Yeah. Okay, so we do need something more. I mentioned that before. So we want to rewrite my HTML to Scala tags. So let's call this section. This is probably a mistake. Templating. If we can call this as templating. let's allow, yeah, Scala tags. Oh, now it works for some reason. No latest version found. Wait, what? What just happened? So it changed toolkit to 04. Oh, and it changed Scala tags, but now nothing works. Why? Okay. Oh, I know why. This is stupid. I wonder. I didn't do that, so Scala CLI did that. I have no idea why. It's a Java dependency. It doesn't use Scala's versioning scheme. Everything else does, but these three libraries do not. Yeah, so you can see Hikari CP underline 3 underscore. Come on. Why is it so slow lately? Anyway, okay, so what we have to do now. Let's create an HTTP file. .scala, come on. And yeah, let's try and just display the table that we had. So let's try and display this from our app so that we can deploy that and have it already, visible. So I'd like to complete the setup with infrastructure so that application is reachable at Scala.today. Even if it isn't doing anything interesting for now, we can just expose it and have it accessible. So I have this huge template and it's just an interpolated string. So I'm gonna copy that. And that isn't really massively useful, I would say. No, yeah. That whatever. So it creates a package object. Stop screaming at us. Okay, so I would like this to translate this whole thing into Scala tags. Now, it's a good question how to do that. I think there were some online services that did this translation for us. And I think people from Laminar ecosystem use this kind of translation because Laminar uses similar approach to HTML tags implemented as Scala code, as Scala tags. Let's search Scala tags, HTML to Scala tags. Okay, there is something like that. Scala code will be generated here. Cool. Scala tags. Okay. Oh, it's probably this app, by the way. Well, you can see Tyrion, Outwatch, Laminar. They are somewhat similar, I would say, all of them. So let's hope that it works. Now I would like to strip that Did I? Oh no, I didn't. Maybe. Oh yeah. Cool. Okay, so we want multi-caret. It's a long piece of HTML. We should probably, split it and make it into smaller templates, but I want to get something running. Doesn't have to be immediately awesome. Come on. Oh, we have this table with people in it. Oh, okay. Divs are ending. There's end of body. Okay, and end of HTML. Boom. And action. Let's copy this here. Scala docs. What? Multiple HTML trees passed to converter. How is that possible? We have just one. We have doc type. Okay, let's try again. Oh, okay. Now this is fine. Cool. I'm fine with that. Oh, yeah, it's Lispish. Okay, cool. I think it's import Scala tags. What was it? Text, I think? No? Text all, maybe? I don't know. Ah, my bad. Let's return with that. Import Scala tags text. Oh, I think. Cool. Thank you, Copilot. Just for now, we are going to disregard that and just copy the whole bit that was generated here. And now let's let the no, oh cool, it's not. Okay, what happens if we just do Scala docs? I haven't used Scala docs in ages, if I ever use them. So text all. Okay, so I guess we need this import text all. Really? Okay. So we can already see that it's not gonna be as easy as I hoped. Because this generator that we have just used isn't really returning a completely correct thing. Huh. I'm wondering if there are all HTML tags available. For instance, I don't know if well, this takes wrong thing, but this probably doesn't even exist. SVG. I don't know. Let's see whether there is something like that. VDOM generic. Okay. There is something like that here. Huh, no. Was it just Copilot? Yeah, it was. Let's see. Okay. Good question. Why doesn't it work? Oh. Okay. It's an attribute. Okay. That's also... No, not a display. Come on, leave it alone. We wanted... It was D or P? D. Yeah, fine. Scope. What is this? I don't think... Oh, there is a property called scope. It's probably something related to... what's the Tailwind library? I'm not sure. I guess we would need a custom one. So a title. It's an attribute. Title is an attribute of head. Why? And style is also an attribute. I don't get it. Okay, style. That's still inline style. CSS style sheets. Okay. That's generation of CSS. Not something that we want. Huh. Style. Don't care about that. I just want the style tag. I know. I should have used CSS file. Style value, style, extensibility. Okay, cool. Style pairs. Modifiers. Okay. Is there support for just a style tag? Maybe we have a conflict in imports. Yeah. Import Scala tags. Tag. Is there something like that? No. But a div is available here, right? Yeah. Div is here. Less common HTML tags, maybe in this namespace. Okay. So we want an attribute style, and we also want a style tag, because I did this thing, and yeah. Title. Mm, let's see. Maybe title is available here. Yeah, it is. Site title. Cool. Okay. Now we need this scope attribute. I think we have to create a specific attribute. Let's see if we can find this, but I don't believe we will. Attributes, scope, scoped, but not scope. Is there attribute scope? No, there is no such thing as attribute. Just attributes. Okay. How do we create a custom attribute? Custom attributes. Oh, with an alter function. Okay. I should probably also find Daniel's repo. So rock the JVM GitHub, and his latest repo, yeah, updated yesterday. Oh, he's working on Akka streams, nice. Okay. And let's borrow some stuff. What's the license? There is no license. There is no license. I hope he doesn't mind. Views HTMX, because I mentioned before I want to have this thingy, and well, yeah. So we need alter. Okay. And I have no idea why that is here. So we have this scope thing, right? Dev scope. What was the syntax? I mean, you have to make it into a function. Will it just work with that? I don't know. Let's see. Alter is ambiguous. Oh, so we have to drop it from here. Scala text. Oh, SVG tags. Oh no, not here. Cool. Sort of works. Sort of. Yeah, but it doesn't work this way, which is sad. I just wanted this to work in the same way with this operator. Wonder if you can do this. Like I said, I didn't use Scala, and what happens if I want to declare my own attribute? Okay, maybe I should just do something else. I mean, maybe I should just declare it as this way and drop this, and then it will be fine. Oh, it seems so, yeah. Okay, nav. we lack nav. Is there nav? Yes, nav is in text too. Cool. It seems to compile now. Awesome. Took a moment, but yeah, we have a type safe, huge piece of HTML, whatever. Cool. Okay, so what we need now is to actually render that. The smallest possible amount of work we can do to get this working. Let's close all that, and we need a netty sync server at endpoints. Main, def main. Now this probably needs an import, I guess. Okay, we probably don't need those two, but we need this. Netty server, netty future, netty sync server, probably server options. No. Sync. What's the proper import? Okay. Oh, right. Cool. Let's just, borrow that and be on our way. Okay. Yeah. Let's just move all of that into our main. Cool. Oh, it doesn't match indentation. Well, the indentation is fine for that. It's just this line wasn't, yeah. Okay, and we have ID here, which we have from sync, which is, out of necessity. It wouldn't be necessary if Tapir wasn't generic in any affect type you wish. So we need an ID, which is basically nothing. It's just the same type as you would have here, or rather unwrapped type. So if you had future here, it would be future of something, but ID is just that type. So if we have a string, so ID of string is string. Cool. So this allows us to use this generic logic with row values in a sync setting. Cool. Yeah, we can start that. Run. SLF4J. I don't want SLF4J. I wonder who brought SLF4J. Anyway, this is probably, I didn't set the port 8080. Cool. Cool. Let's see, localhost 8080. This page cannot be found. Okay, that's sad. I wonder why do we get this SLF4J helpful RG class path. Oh no, not very useful. Let's see in less. Oh R, yeah. There was a command that allows us to see the tree. I think that's what I would like to see. The whole tree. I think we need compile. print class path minus p. Oh, excuse me. Oh, nice. That's not a tree. Dependency tree. No. That doesn't help a lot. Hello. First time in Twitch. You or me? Because this is my second time actually. Okay. How is this possible? Should just start. Should just work. Not on 8080. But that's 404. Oh my god, I'm just dumb. Am I? Oh yeah, of course. No. What is it? Name? Yes, cool. Works. Chat, you need to keep me on my toes and tell me when I'm stupid. Cool. So we have endpoint running. That's very nice. That's very useful. We can drop in. We can drop the query. We can. We need not a string body. We need an HTML UTF-8 body, and there is nothing that we are going to get as an argument. Here we are just going to use templates index. Cool. Doesn't compile. Cool. Oh yeah, because we have this type tag string render, I think. Cool. Yay. Great. Now the only thing missing is that we don't have a handler for the files, for having our icons here. But this works, which is fine, which is very good. Cool. No. Now I believe we need to add one more line. Actually, a bit more lines. So we need some imports. We need this and static file. Static files get server endpoint. I think we need this bit. And this will do something relatively interesting. Static. So we have this image with a source static / Scala transparent PNG. And that's fine. That's very good. It does what we want, but we need to root this root basically. We have to handle this prefix. So we have this function static files get server endpoint. It will match stuff coming to this subpath, so /static, and then we'll try to find, if I recall correctly, this one, it doesn't look into class path, it looks into current file system. So if I put this file here, it should just work. Let's see. We don't need that. We only need localhost 8080. Oh no, still doesn't work. Cool. Nope. How was it? Oh yeah, dockside here. Network. What? Am I missing something? What happened here? What does it mean, 0 requests? What? Oh, JS. Oh, God, I'm blind. Sorry. Okay. Now, we sent this request. And the server responded with no data response. HTML. Wait, so what do we get if we actually call this? Holy shit. Okay, I think it's a matter of ordering, probably, because hello world is casual. There is no path here. So I guess that what we do is that we catch that and return HTML instead of an image, and browser rightfully doesn't interpret that as an image. Cool, it works. Okay, so do we want that to use local file system? Not really. I would prefer if that used ClassPath because it simplifies deployment for me. I don't have to worry about copying files so that they're present in the present working directory for the process on the image. We could do that. I think it's easier to just create a folder, resources, then move this file here. I think now static, I think it was resources. What is the name of the files get? Let's duplicate the line just to be able to see what we're doing. No, what? Now it won't suggest anything to me. Static resources get endpoint. Now let's comment this out. And there is one more bit that we have to do. What doesn't take more parameters? Why not? You know. No, I want documentation. File options. Isn't that what we have? Server endpoint. Required class loader. Okay, that's more like it. Class of. I think they are using this clever hack in the documentation of tab here. Oh, and we are still missing an argument, resource prefix. I think it's here, and it's just something like that. So let's see whether we can locate. Oh, we won't be able to locate our file yet because there's one thing missing, and that's configuration here. So resource dir, and we will make it into resources. I think it's something like that. We can always check. Yeah, it's using, obviously. Cool. So we have just one resources. Okay, now this should be fine if this configuration is okay. It might be like this. I'm not sure. Class path is always magic. Okay, it's broken. Let's see if adding this slash here fixes that. No, I still want to kill SLF4J. Okay, this works. So we have this now loaded from class path, which is much better, if you ask me, because we can just build a single jar, put it onto the image, to the Docker image, and it will just work. So this path is no longer relative in context of where we run the application. It's just relative internally to how the class path is constructed. So, next bit. What do we want to do now? I would like to kill this SLF4J. I'm wondering who brings that, and I'm quite sure it's Flyway that is bringing that. If we drop Flyway, that isn't working as I would hope. Oh, that's interesting. Is Tapir bringing that? Just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, it's still on the class path. So it's not Flyway. Do whatever you want. Metals. Okay, so there is a way to deal with this. SLF4J. So no SLF4J. They have an additional nicety here in Scribe that allows us to use Scribe as an SLF4J implementation, which is exactly what we would like to have in this scenario if we can't avoid using SLF4J for some reason, because something is bringing dependency on SLF4J without our want of that, or whatever. Let's see. So now Scribe should be detected as SLF4J implementation. No SLF4J providers were found. Okay, that's sad. But it's a different thing. Okay, so it did detect it. Huh. Do we need to do something for that? Without any additional configuration. Huh. Does it really? Oh, it has to be probably this one. Oh. Maybe I just misread that, didn't I? Okay, there is no warning at least. So is okay. I think the tab size is set to different value than I would like. Okay. Scribe info. Cool. Yes. This is nice. Okay. And if we go to website, yeah, that's basically the starting point of what we want to deploy to cloud. Just this mock-up of a site, right? We don't need this anymore. Now we need to somehow wrap it up into a deployment, right? Yeah, I did try running it with watch. I think there's also funny part. Oh, an exception code. Did not handle the exception. Read timeout exception. Huh. No idea what that is. We'll ask Adam later. I did try running Scala CLI with watch. And I think there are two modes, by the way. I'm not sure watch does what you would like to. Because if I do something like it doesn't restart. I think you need something like that. I think, yeah. So that's a tricky bit. Watch works with, I think, tests and with compile, but it doesn't work with run. I mean, it doesn't do what you would expect it to do. Okay, but yeah, we can use restart, whatever. By the way, it's not really necessary now because we have this application in this basic shape that we wanted to have for now. Now we want to package that, and well, we can use Scala CLI to do that, and the command will be package. I think Docker. Oh, probably not actually, because if we do this, we will lose the capability to use one additional nice thing that I wanted to use. The nice thing I had in mind no copilot, that's not what I meant. Okay, so we need BSOM and its support for configuration. So I mentioned that before, but in this file we had this bit that didn't compile because it wasn't able to find this image, and that's the deployment configuration via the BSOM CFG package. That's a new deployment that we have, new development that we have in BSOM, but it makes stuff easier to work with, easier to iterate with if you have configuration that you inject into your application. So there are two parts for now. This library is for applications, and the second one, Maven, Gradle, Ivy, maybe? No. As usual, we aren't included here with Scala CLI. Platform app. We don't need that suffix. Oh, sorry. Come on. Okay. And this gives us another nice thing. Let's maybe try and use this thing. Now, this is very experimental, and there are big chances that it will explode. So what we need to do is create a case class. Yeah. I think that should be all now. Resolve configuration for config, and that's basically the whole thing. It's also mentioned in the blog post that I talked about before, the one where we deploy an AI-based application. So how does it work? This is actually quite interesting. So we have a derivation of configure type class for config case class here, and it goes through the structure. It's a recursive derivation. It goes through the structure of this case class and assumes that we will get all of that stuff injected from outside by some configuration module. So the aforementioned Kubernetes wrapper library. So this bit makes it possible to either resolve configuration correctly here or fail. As we do this as the first thing after starting our application, we will either get a case class with proper values as passed from some deployment wrapped in this config file here, so we can safely now refactor that to config port, pass config port here, and we are basically done. So this configuration now has to come from our deployment, and to have this working, we have to actually build an assembly image. I mean, not the assembly image, but we have to build an assembly with Scala CLI, assembly jar. Okay. Maybe let's rename that. Oh, let's just call it main. Okay. It's runnable or not. Oh yeah, because my Java here has the small version number, which is fine. We could change it, I think. What was it? SDK? I don't recall the syntax. I moved to SDK man only recently. It's a new tool for me. Use Java? What? Use Java what? No candidate version. List Java. Okay. SDK use Java. So I guess graal vmce. No. What was it? Oh, it's just identifier like this, right? And should be, yeah, we should be able to now run this application. Yeah. Okay, so it failed with what we would like it to fail. It failed with the fact that it cannot find all the necessary configuration. This is fine, and you know this error will be nicer in the future, but application doesn't start until we pass all the necessary configuration. Cool, exactly what we wanted. So what we need now is a Docker file. Let's just create that. Oh, Dockerfile Scala, nice. Yeah, we don't need it this way. Yeah, I would like a Docker extension. Thank you, Microsoft. Now, do I have a template for that? I think I had it. Or maybe not. I think we could steal one from the blog post. So the blog post had a repo. Oh, it will be probably faster to just go there. Yeah. Oh, there's a Docker file. Cool. Yeah, and we are just going to steal that. We don't need anything more. This is called main here, and it has to be in this path. This is actually quite important. That's part of the convention. It has to be app main, and yeah. We have a Docker file, and oh, we have to use buildx. Kill me, I have no idea how this works. I can't remember. Let's create a new conversation. Cool. Awesome. Better than Google, I would say. Your name, your image name, and your tag. GHCR IO Scala today. It has to be under my user, I think. Scala today, and let's make it 001. Okay. Now, this would usually work with just that. Okay. I don't think I have authenticated, so let me just quickly skip to my... Oh, it doesn't work. Why? Never works when you want it to work. Oh, cool. Okay, so let me skip to my working with secrets screen and log in into GitHub. Okay, finishing authentication with GHCLI. Just have to authenticate with a code on my app. Device is now connected. Awesome. Okay. Now the last bit is to feed that to Docker login. Okay, just for absolute safety, I'm gonna clear the buffer in console. Okay, and we can back. Why doesn't it work on different apps? So my shortcuts for OBS do not work on Chrome for some reason. They also don't work in VS Code, but given how VS Code steals all the possible key presses, that doesn't really surprise me. Okay, either way, we should be able to push now. Token provided does not match expected scopes. Okay. I was too happy. Okay, we need a scope, and I forgot how this worked. Okay, well, let me hide my screen again. Oh, obviously it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work here. I have to click OBS, and not even here. Okay, wow, nice. I think we have to specify what kind of token I need. Scopes. It's scopes. GitHub. Of course, it's packages, right packages. Okay. Login succeeded. Cool. That's what we wanted to hear. Cool. Okay. Docker push. Cool. Works. Okay. So this is the first image we have. We don't need Docker locally right now. Okay, so we need to deploy our application now. And this is the image. We are just gonna steal this deployment and a service and an ingress. Is it a complete ingress? Yes, it's a complete ingress. Okay, now there's a lot of stuff that is missing and it doesn't compile yet. So we also will need this bit. Okay, now we need to replace that image with this image. And there is no name. We are going to call it Scala today. Actually, let's use something more generic. Let's go with this. Let's rename this here. You can drop the P. Now we are missing one more import, I think, for some CFG. Okay, and we also only need this bit. Container port, not found container port. Why not? Oh, we don't have it set. So this is the port on which we want to listen. And this exception match. Oh, nice. It exploded. I'm wondering why. Okay. Okay, so this is actually quite interesting. Let's clean this. Compile server false. I think current implementation doesn't warn you if your application has additional configuration values that aren't specified. It would work if we did now. There are different fixes that are not compiling, so it isn't showing an error yet. Okay, let's just quickly go with service port. Let's define it as also 8080. Doesn't really matter a lot. Name ingress. We are just simplifying stuff. Ingress host. Now this is important bit because we want to define that as Scala today. Okay. Now all of that stuff will okay, so we have, you know, an information that our configuration is broken because I did break it on purpose. So we only need to pass port. No, not POSIX. How did it arrive on POSIX? I have no idea. Okay, now we are failing on a OS.POSIX. We are failing on a different level of compilation, so lints are now holding us because we aren't using those things yet. We aren't actually triggering the evaluation of that, so we need app deployment here. We can drop app namespace because it's implicitly used by those two resources, and we also need to make app ingress a dependency of the stack. Now it should be very close to actually doing what we want it to do. Now if we send a request to our ingress with a proper host, because ingresses work with based on the host HTTP attribute. What was it? Flag? No. I don't remember. Well, if we don't set host, it will not root to our application. So I think it will compile now. Oh, I tried doing something completely different. We need to go to infra site here, and we can compile that here, and we would get, you know, a nice error if we had this commented out. And let's say if we do this, yeah, you get a very nice error message that you have worked that this is not necessary and this is necessary. So yeah, let's stay with this configuration, and we don't want to compile it. We just want to use Pulumi and just deploy that. Oh yeah, we didn't set, you know, it did help us another time now, because we forgot to do this, to pass the provider. If we don't do that, things get borked, and as I mentioned before, we'll deploy that to local Kubernetes cluster or not, because our default has changed, so you know, it's tricky. And also this bit, I think it also needs this. Thank you, Copilot. I don't think we require this bit anymore, but we need Cloudflare. We'll get there in a moment. Okay, so we have an app, we have a service, and we have an ingress. Let's see whether they deploy correctly. It's downloading our application image. Containers with unready. How did it fail? It is possible. What I'm trying to do now is to find out what is the reason why this container isn't starting. And to do that, I think it's here. No, it's not here, right? It's in platform. No, puts. No, not puts. Cool. Unready and restarts. Two restarts. Describe pod in namespace app, and yeah, there's not much. Successfully assigned pooling image. Pulled. Liveness probe failed. Connection refused. Oh. Oh. Already present on the machine. Okay. Wondering what is happening. Is it, you know, just a question of the readiness and liveness probes? It could be. But that should work. It should return our HTML, right? And we are passing container port. It's also part of the configuration. It's a question, why isn't this application, why isn't it starting correctly? Okay, well, we're already in crash loop back off, so it's gonna just start restarting that even slower. What is the best way to debug that now? But why is connection refused? Um, let's see whether we can see logs from that. Whoopsie. Okay, so it did start, because if it didn't have configuration, it would throw here, it would crash. So it defined the endpoint, got here, and you can see that our port value was injected properly, because this 8080 here is 8080 here. This is the same value. So why isn't it handling readiness probes? So it's the path slash initial delay is fine. You know what? This is container arcs, because we can have more than one container in a deployment. That's cool. Let's just try and side Pulumi up. Oh yeah, sure, it's locked, obviously, because we are still waiting for this deployment. Okay, let's stop it. And the deployment doesn't have minimum availability. We know that because it didn't start correctly. So what we can do now? Yeah, so I wanted to deploy me up because I want to change the configuration. Yeah, I want to change the configuration of this deployment. I want to drop those readiness and liveness probes. Just wondering whether that makes any difference, actually. Oh, looky here. So it seems it's working. It didn't crash in 20 seconds. Okay, keep CTL. Port forward. Now app. Okay. And we know that it's using 8080, right? Okay, it seems to work just fine. Which is so surprising. Why? Okay, if I do, no, it's a catch-all, so it has to work, and it's working on 8080. Very surprising. Oh, wait. What is the binding name we are using? We aren't using any host, right? Options, endpoint, host. We are in a container, right? Maybe this is it. I don't know. Let's see. So we need to get to the app. And now this is getting a bit, well, it isn't as nice as I would like this build to be, right? So there's a lot of typing involved. And you know, one would say, well, you could use SBT. It allows you to build bigger stuff out of smaller stuff, build bigger tasks out of smaller tasks. Yeah, but it costs me brain power to remember all the SBT weirdness. And you know, if you start using it and you're using it daily, you just, you know, if you breath it, you always know what you have to do. But you know, if you are jumping between projects, and I used to, and I still jump between projects, if you stop using SBT for some time, it turns out pretty fast that you completely forget how to work with SBT. And that's one of the biggest gripes that I have with SBT. I always forget what I have to do or what magical incantation in build SBT I have to use to set something in one of those many scopes and many possible variations of settings. So yeah, Scala CLI. Now it's becoming clumsy. It's becoming too big to. Okay, now it will fail because I didn't specify f. Okay, let's just override that. That's the beauty of Scala CLI, in my opinion. There's just not much to remember. I want to package, I want an assembly, and I want an output of main, and the F flag is so often used to force. I just didn't, it requires almost no brain power for me to remember that there is, oh, this is Scala. Hello, no one is here except you. I mean, I'm here too. So maybe it's just two of us. This is functional object-oriented language. It's one of a kind, I would say. It's a mix between an object-oriented language and a functional language, and it has basically everything in it. So you can write Java and Scala. It's really possible to write true Java in Scala. Nothing prohibits that. And you can also write Haskell in Scala. So it's this kind of a language, and it's something I like very much. I deeply appreciate this this freedom that Scala gives me. Anyway, so yeah, like I was saying, Scala CLI is very easy for me to remember. Maybe because I used to do a lot of stuff with Unix and Linux when I was much younger. So dump IRC servers, things like that, AgDrop, and it gets in your blood. So, and also using terminal also gets in your blood. So as you can probably see, I'm using a lot of terminal, and I prefer to have this immediate response that terminal apps give me. Probably even a bit more. I prefer having quick terminal access more than I prefer to use IDE. IDE should it should just make things colorful and tell me what things are in code like this. If IDE does that, I'm mostly happy. I don't need all those refactorings. Not really. I can live with them without them. If you have language that is succinct enough, I don't think you really need that. Maybe mass renames, but arguably you can do that with regex. So anyway, okay, so we build that, and yeah, it's not very nice. So we will need to do something about that, right? Because now we have to do this, Docker, and build that. Probably bump the number of the version so that we drop the caches, and now push and bump this version here too, right? We could quickly write a just file for that, and it would be much easier to understand and quicker to work with than an SBT build. So that's probably what I will do soon-ish. I'm not really happy with bigger build tool right now. I'm so used to Scala CLI that it just works for me. It clicks just right. Okay, now we need to find the deployment. This is the platform, this is the site. Okay. This is the app file. We need to bump this version number. Okay. Now we are in the app, so we are going back to site, and we are going to tell Pulumi that we want to redeploy that. Okay, that should be fine. So we are still in the scope where we don't have this thing. We don't have probes. That's not really good, I would say. Hopefully we can re-enable them in a moment. Let's see, get pods A. Cool. Application seems to be working. Okay, so the next bit would be to check whether we can uncomment the probes. It's really useful to have that. Because probes are executed from, I think, API server or kubelet, maybe from kubelet. So it's external towards the application. If it was binding to localhost or loopback address, it wouldn't work. Okay, seems to work now. Let's see whether the service seems to have something. Okay, so that would ingress. Okay, so we have an ingress and we have an address. I think it's a header, right? It's a header. What was the syntax? It's just, I think, host Scala today. I think you require that. We don't have a DNS domain set up yet. We will do that in a moment. So let's see. Oh, cool. Yes. Yes, we are public. So the only thing that is missing now in this deployment is to set up Cloudflare to actually work for us, to route traffic and to handle our domain. Okay, so we just need to uncomment that and we will be done with this bit. A records. Okay, server pool. We know that it isn't really important. Let's put it into stack dependencies because why not? Now it's not my private domain. It's Scala today. And I don't think I've set Cloudflare's own ID yet. So Pulumi config will not tell us anything. So we also don't have Cloudflare token. Okay, that's not a big problem, but I need to hide my screen for a moment. So just a moment. Config set. The name of that is Cloudflare token. That's a secret. I think I didn't create one. Just a second. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, we have a token now. And I'm just storing that into my key pass. Cool. I think we are in the clear. Oh, let's go. So, we need the zone ID. Pull me config set. I think the key was Cloudflare zone ID. It's not a secret really. Cool. So we have two values from configuration, and that should be, I guess, all. Oh, and we need to fix this Scala today. I record. Okay. Now server pool. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. We don't have server pool because, as you might recall, if you were here from the beginning, I've split the deployment in two. We actually need to uncomment this thing too. Let's just sort that a little bit so that it's more nice to look at, and we will need a list of nodes from this stack reference, because current setup doesn't compile for very good reasons, because this is now missing. Get output. I think it was nodes, and let's see whether the code that Copilot proposes works. So we don't need anything tricky here really. I think it's just an output of strings. I mean, a list of strings. Vector js value. Really? I mean, I don't care. It can be a vector. So it's output of vector of string, right? Let's see whether this actually works. We only need oh, are we using, oh shit, we are using it assumes the whole server is here, but we don't have a server. We will just have IP address because that's what we export from the previous stack. So nodes map zip with index. Now this is probably just fine because this is output of vector. We create a vector with a string int, so a tuple, a pair, and then we map on that. But the thing is, we have a vector here. Okay. If we do that, we get an output of vector of output. That's not very nice. So we need a parse sequence here. Now, this requires to be a flat map, and we should have now this should work, I guess. Yeah, looks like it does. Okay. And this is the interesting bit, because this isn't very lean. We are operating with, it's a purely functional runtime. Outputs are basically IOs, and they behave like IOs. So like cat's effect IO or ZO, it's also a lazy monad. If you know what a monad is, but it's kind of like a lazy promise in JS. And we have a promise of a vector, so a collection of strings, and we have to do all this juggling with types. And you also have to remember about that you have to basically convert a collection of outputs, so a collection of promises, into a promise of collections. And you want to do that in parallel. You don't want to do that sequentially, because operations on infrastructure are slow, inherently slow. So you want to do them in parallel, not to wait for all of them to complete sequentially. But you then have to do all this juggling, and I really hope to think a bit less about stuff that I have to do, and leverage my PTSD with this whole heavy functional programming stuff in application when we get there. So I want to get to a point where we can work with the app and just iterate on the infrastructure by redeploying this infrastructure program in Pulumi. It should be very close to that point right now. We should be very close. Okay, there is just one record that makes absolute sense. That's exactly what we need. Cool. What did we get? Record must be valid IP address. Why did we get it? Oh, okay. I think I understand it. So that was a JSON value, and it was JSON string. What did I do with this JSON string? Because we get a string that is escaped, right? Okay, so that's probably not a good idea to do. Assumption that I have is that maybe let's use collect. It really wants it to be a list. I don't want it to be a list. What? 1 too far? 1 too far, yeah. Collect has its own issues, by the way, here, because if there's anything that isn't a JS string, it will just dispose of it. It will just ignore it. So let's see. We still get one record. That's actually good, and it seems that we have created that. So I don't recall how long it takes for Cloudflare to propagate stuff, I think it's usually very immediate. So we have this setting here, and it seems that it is, well, done. So let's see. Okay, the propagation has not yet finished, or maybe it's just my local DNS cache. I wonder what was, maybe let's just try. No, it's still not completed. Oh, okay, so 404 page not found, and this is probably OVH. Yes, this is OVH. Okay, so propagation is fine, I guess. It's just that I didn't drop this. So this is OVH, and we want to delete that. We can't do this with Pulumi because it wasn't aware of stuff that I set here manually before. So now, yes, cool. So we are live with the application. Well, it's just HTML. It's not doing anything. It's just returning a piece of HTML, like about 8,000 bytes. Nothing really fancy, but you know, we don't have to do this with Scala today locally. We have that in cloud. Okay, so we have 30 minutes left today, and we have gotten the deployment out of the way. We can clean this up a little bit. This is application, this is site. We have this old file here. We don't need that anymore. I don't think we have any other comments here, and lints would probably try to kill me if we had. We always use lints with Bison programs, and that is actually something that we perceive as a sane default, because domain of infrastructure is very important. Mistakes in the domain of infrastructure are very costly, and that's why we use all those lint flags. For instance, value discard, I think it's the one that tells you that if you have a value that you cast unit, basically you just drop it. It helps a lot because it tells you that you did that. As far as I know, it doesn't work in for comprehensions yet, which is a problem because IO of IO, if you just use a underscore on the left side in for comprehension, you just drop that. Would be nice to have that working there too. But unused things in Bison, that means that things are not doing anything, and that's probably a mistake because you want all of your code to either be used and create resources, or not be there at all, or be commented out like things here. Those things have no side effects because they are commented out. Okay, so this is full cleanup. This is the platform. We have this file here. We can also drop this file. It's not doing anything. Cool. Okay, this whole bit is ready. Now I mentioned that I will fix this project naming here. Should be just today. It's called today. This wasn't a good idea to do, but yeah, I can redeploy that and fix the whole bit. Okay. Now, beside cleaning things up, what are the next steps? Because we have deployment. It's already type checked on the deployment level. Now, I could set up a local environment to iterate quickly, and it actually makes sense because the next bit in this application that we want to do, as you can see, we have this table and it has garbage in it. It's just pieces of HTML that I borrowed from one of the Tailwind UI frameworks. It will contain Scala projects, and it will, have the capabilities that I mentioned before that will allow users to report libraries that are problematic for them. Search has to work. Also, we probably need some filters, like we want only to see libraries released for Scala free and things like that. And we will need paging. So it should be usable from, but one thing, by the way, I was curious, how does this thing look like on the phone? And, when it was just on localhost, it wasn't easy to check that. Oh god, this table doesn't look good on a mobile. Also, the font, I think, oh yeah, it was just loading. Yeah, the design by programmer is really hurtful to my eyes. Yeah, we have to think about how to improve that, but maybe let's focus on the backend logic for now. Now, we can make some experiments because local environment will be very, very useful tomorrow, and tomorrow we will scrape the Scala DEX APIs and fetch some data. And it's just, much faster to do this locally in your local deployment. And we can, expose Postgres, run the app completely locally without pushing that into an image, any Docker image. And then once we figure out all the scraping logic, we can focus on actual features. So actual, UI features, interaction, paging, stuff like that. Now, there are some bits that we need to figure out before. And those are the specifics of the Scala DEX API. And I have tried to figure that out to some degree before. So I have a set of classes, and we will need to verify that those classes still work as expected. At least, in the terms of shapes, whether the shapes are matching what we would like to get, rather that they deserialize correctly. So I have been using API/search before, and /API/artifacts before. Artifacts is going away. It was mentioned here. Get API artifacts endpoint is removed because it was unsafe. It was unsafe because it was basically unpaged. It didn't use any paging, so it was possible to pull all the artifacts into memory from database. That's not good. So Adrian fixed that. There is no such API now, and that's very nice. But we need this full setup here. Now I did leverage the fact that we can get a lot of those artifacts in one go before. So I have to figure out how to fetch that data without this nice property of getting everything in one go. I just limited it to Scala version. Okay. So let's see whether it will allow me to actually fetch that data with just curl, we don't have a Scala version here. Let's use 213. Page size I think was always ignored, so let's say 30 page 1, and I think the URL is index-dev. Wildcard. Oh, yeah, of course. Has to be, because we have a question mark. Oh. No, not really. Um, okay. But what if we do, let's say we don't want this, so artifact is completely removed or not? Well, it shouldn't, because this endpoint should be here. So it's API projects. Let's say API projects. Yeah, makes sense. How many do we get actually? Length. Okay. Just a function call. Okay, 8,311. So all the projects that are available, that all the projects that are available in the Scala Dex in dev environment are present in this single response. Not very good, I would say. Now, how do we iterate on that? Okay, so we have to take every single project that we get from here, and then we get artifacts for a given project. And then, only then, okay, so yeah, let's try and do that. So here's Nikita Gazar's Airstream library. This is going to be a bit different call now. Still projects. Now, whoa, no. Rockwell. Repo. Repo is Airstream. Artifacts. Cool. Scala.js. Okay, that was probably not the best choice because this is a Scala.js only library, so we are only going to get this thing. Let's try and find chimney. RG grep chimney. Whoa. Oh, no, we have to use JQ before. Okay, and I think it was A2. Oh, one too much. And 1B, 2B? 2B, I think. Cool, yeah. And we can, again, parse it with JQ. Parse error, yeah, cool. Just, you know, a small parser. Doesn't matter. Scala.io chimney. Cool. Let's see what, you know, stuff is there. Chimney. I probably should have remembered that. Okay. Whoa. Length. 8. Oh shit. 8. Wow. Nearly 900 artifacts. Okay. I think that's fine with us, and that basically is everything that we need. Question is, how this API, it's artifact ID, so group ID and artifact ID. So let's try and see whether we can get, so it's not API projects anymore, it's artifacts. Now group ID is IO Scalaland. Artifact ID, let's say it's well, can we get some, newer chimney? Okay, 213080. 213080. Cool. And that gives us quite a lot of stuff that we need. So we have a Scala version here as language. Platform is implicit because it didn't have any additional suffix like SJS. I think there is also one for Scala native. Yeah, it is. Native, yeah, here. That was the first release, I think, for native. So we can using those three endpoints, I think we can completely scrape the Scaladex API and fetch all the data that we need. Okay, so question is, so all of that stuff is JSONs, and we need to, I think we can close the site for a moment. We can definitely close platform for a moment because we won't be changing the cluster, and we can try and see. So our main currently only serves the endpoints, and yeah, we don't really need that for now. We're gonna create a new file called scraping. Oh. Now what we get with toolkit is upickle for JSON and STP as HTTP client. That's enough for what we need to do. Now we could write, we have 20 minutes left, we could write those accessor functions, I mean the functions that will just call those endpoints, basically the same as the curl calls that we have just performed, and fetch the information and then just return it to us. So quick. Okay, those are artifacts. Let's start with the project. Okay, I think it's probably easier to just call it again. So this is what we get from projects, and it is a case class with two fields basically, so not a biggie. Organization repo. Oh god, my allergies striking back. String and repository. Excuse me, I have to take a small break. I'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. I've used some medication. Yeah, Jimmy. Hi, Mateusz. So I used medication and my eyes are been in a bit better shape. We still have some few minutes. Um, let's try and complete that. So um, we have this bit, and then we had subsequent call, which was to that was project, and we had artifacts here. Okay, we don't want length, we want just JQ, and this was group ID, artifact ID, version. So this is actually an artifact, right? Yeah. Group ID, artifact ID. Okay. Thank you, Copilot. And last bit was this. And yeah, let's see how AI handles that. Can you create a case class that would hold data from this JSON? It's not nested. No, it's not nested. As Scala free, so maybe. That's garbage. Okay, but we needed just this thing. Okay, cool. We just wanted the case class. Cool. Derives. So this is how you do JSON handling in Scala. So we have a type, a data type, something that holds other types as fields with a type, and then we just derive an instance of a type class that will handle deserialization. So read writer is actually necessary for us to parse JSON into project and also write a project into string. So we have this set of curl calls. Let's make some functions. Okay, there's a quick proposal from that's not very useful. Sorry, Copilot. No. Fetch project. No, it is not really useful because we want get projects, and we don't really need to parameterize that. Maybe we will refactor that in a bit. Let's make it return a vector, and it's a vector of projects. Now, all those suggestions from Copilot are not really useful in this context, not really at all. So the original call was artifacts. No, too far. No, API projects. So basically, there are two things here. One is the base URL, and we could just start with that, so it will make stuff easier later on, because we want to change the API later. Let's maybe start with that. STP. I think there was a model in STP. URI. What was the import for URI? Always forget. No. Dear chat, do you remember that? I don't think it moved, so maybe version doesn't matter at all. It's just model. Apparently it's just model. Legal start. Yeah, I know. Okay, it doesn't seem to acknowledge, I mean the metals doesn't seem to acknowledge that URI is coming from STP model. I don't care, doesn't matter. So it's actually, yeah, that's a good suggestion, only to some degree. We just need to fix this. Okay, quick get read, that's response body. Does it make sense actually? Read is correct. Oh, it seems to compile, so maybe it's just fine. We could, by the way, leverage the fact that we have aux here. Well, it doesn't really help, right? What does help is just Scala util. Try. Because this is going to fail. Okay, now to right and on left we want an exception because we want neither. I think it has to be throwable with to right. Oh, no, it depends. It can be exception. Am I right? Getting confused. Okay. why is it telling me that it is compiling while I clearly see that it isn't? Okay, URI is not found. Okay, not found quick. So that's wrong suggestion from Copilot. Again, the ongoing discussion whether Copilot saves you time or makes you waste more time is relevant. Toolkit, HTTP, what was the syntax? Quick request. It's get? Yeah, it's get, and then you have to call send. To write. Yeah, and it's just a throwable. Cool. Oh, the fewer braces syntax. Not so beautiful, I have to say. I think this is still more readable to me. And to be honest, I prefer this style. Okay. Now, the second call that we had in curl, it was fetch artifacts for project. Okay, and let's see what it did. No. Projects, organization, project repository, that makes sense. And it's missing artifacts here. But other than that, okay, that's actually quite fine. Cool, this should work. And Fetch artifact info. Yeah, that actually is exactly what we want to do. So it's a good deduction or inference on ChatGPT's, I mean, rather Copilot's side. But yeah, makes sense. Okay, and now, okay, what it was suggesting, it makes sense. API artifacts, I think it nailed it. I think it nailed it. So, projects, chimney, artifacts. Yes, this is exactly what we wanted. Okay, this is nice. Okay, so we have 2 minutes. Let's quickly see whether we can make it go brr and, you know, just work. Main, def main, and we wanted to use, well, scraper, and the default URL that we want to use is this. Now, scraper get projects. Okay, so this is where aux comes, I think. Either we need a block and we just want to use a first of them. We don't want to use all of them. It's just a demo. We just want to. Oh, why? What's wrong? Oh, it's any. Yeah. Well, it's not really any. What's going on? Scraper. It doesn't compile. Oh, it has to be URI. Not a problem, I guess. Why is it? Maybe. Okay. Yeah, it needs to be this kind of an import. Okay, 30. So I have to leave. Let's quickly. Okay, this works. This is fine. Yeah, I always wanted to see whether I can do this import as a symbolic operator now. And I guess I can't, right? I guess I can't. So after the discussion, you might not know about that, but there was a discussion about this. I wanted to have the same syntax as there's in Rust with a question mark. Oh, come on, it doesn't matter. Main scrape. Come on. Does it work? No. Extension method? No. It is now... it needs... it looks... disappointed. There is no way to alias that. I would have to basically do my own wrapper on that to have a question mark. So I have to use this syntax with side effectful. Okay, then we have projects. Yeah, let's just, first we want scraper fetch artifacts for, and we also first add, yes, exactly, that's exactly what we are trying to do, and we want to print it. Yes, exactly, this is exactly the thing that we wanted to do, and it works, ladies and gentlemen. It works. We have pulled information from Scodex, and that's enough for today. I'm going to lift metal, not values, into monadic context, but I'm going to gym, and we will continue this tomorrow, because right now we can build an application and we are already online. Okay, thank you so much.